Chapter 877. The unexpected change that had suddenly appeared in the sky caused everyone present to immediately throw their gazes over. A purple-gold tall human figure was standing at the spot where their eyes could see. He stood at the top of the pavilion where Xiao Yan was seated. A pair of empty eyes glanced over everyone present. Soon after, he raised his head and looked to the top of the sky. At that spot, the formation had been scattered and the first pill lightning had been broken. The black mass of thunderclouds temporarily did not move. However, the muffled thunder that was occasionally emitted caused one's heart to tremble. The thunderclouds churned and a cold wind whistled. Lightning glows continued to shoot out from the thunderclouds. The low, deep muffled thunder was like the roar of a beast. The aura that was suppressed within it caused one to feel terrified. This temporary calm did not appear like a clear sky after a storm. Instead, it appeared more like the pressure before a storm. Once the thunderbolt fell, it was likely that the color of this entire place would change because of it. However, all of this was unrelated to the people present. They were currently concerned about this purple-gold strong human figure in front of them. What is that? He does not appear to have any aura. Is he a dead person? That's not right. It is impossible for a dead person to stand in the air. Looking at this body of his, it should be a puppet. Puppet? Hey, this is really funny. Even an elite Daoist would not dare to carelessly face a rank 4 pill lightning. With just this puppet, isn't this a joke? How can a puppet be a match for a pill lightning? This is likely a delaying tactic. He is afraid that he does not have the ability to block it. Therefore, he wants to use this puppet to exhaust a portion of the pill lightning's strength. However, this idea is really foolish. Unless one has absolute strength, how can a mere puppet easily block a pill lightning? It is really laughable. Mocking laughter was involuntarily emitted from the crowd when they saw the Northern King. On the other hand, those experts from various factions, especially those who were above the strength of a 4-star Daoist, involuntarily revealed a fear in their eyes when they looked at the Northern King. At this moment, the puppet in front of them was not as simple as the people around them thought it was. The puppet did not seem to have any aura and looked like an ordinary puppet without any combat power. However, these people could clearly sense the extremely strong murderous aura emanating from the North King's body. This kind of aura was not something that could be easily condensed through killing. This kind of aura was gradually accumulated through battles with countless experts, using the blood of experts to accumulate and pave the way. The strength that those so-called experts possessed would definitely not be inferior to these ordinary elite Daoist present. Even the ancestors of some of the factions present might not be able to compare with them. In other words, the strength of the Northern King in front of them was below an ordinary elite Daoist. At this moment, it was likely that only those experts with the strength of a 6-star Daoist and above could suppress him. What a frightening puppet. No wonder this fellow dares to refine medicinal pills in Jinyao City. It seems that he does have some capital. Some of the powerful elite Daoist in the crowd involuntarily stared at the Northern King with grave expressions. Their hearts were shocked by the latter's great strength. Some of the hidden thoughts in their hearts were quietly dispelled at this moment. On the other side, Han Dong and Qin Yun had also locked their gazes on the Northern King. Surprise involuntarily flashed across their eyes. Soon after, however, the corner of Qin Yun's mouth was lifted into a playful smile. A dark black glint flashed deep within his eyes. Looks like this game is gradually becoming more and more interesting. On the other hand, Han Dong frowned as he stared at the purple-gold Northern King. His heart was filled with doubt. Don't tell me that this fellow is someone from the southern region? At the same time, Cheng Zhihui's expression was gloomy as he stared at the Northern King that had appeared in the sky. His heart was solemn. The powerful pressure from the Northern King's body actually caused him to feel a little strained. Fortunately, there was the existence of the pill lightning. No matter how strong this puppet was, it would not be able to remain unharmed. At that time, it would be the turn of the Formation Master Association to act. Bang! At this moment, the pill lightning descended from the sky. The whistling sound of thunder was like the roar of a beast. The shocking thunderbolt mercilessly tore the empty space apart. It was as though it was expressing the fury in its heart. In the blink of an eye, the thunderbolt had already arrived above the Northern King's head. It looked as though it was about to collide with the Northern King. At this moment, everyone present looked at the Northern King in shock. Everyone was puzzled. Could it be that even at this point, this mysterious alchemist still did not intend to let his puppet take action? Wasn't this the same as courting death? Just as this thought appeared in everyone's minds, the Northern King, who had been standing proudly in the sky, suddenly shot up. It was like a cannonball shooting into the sky as it charged into the thunderbolt. What? This shocking scene caused everyone present to feel extremely surprised. Quite a number of people involuntarily exclaimed. It was unexpected that this puppet would be so direct. It was likely that it had used such an extreme method because it knew that it was unable to resist the pill lightning. However, unlike everyone present, the Northern King's body was crazily shuttling through the thunderbolt. The terrifying power of the thunderbolt violently rushed through the Northern King's body. The destructive power of the thunderbolt constantly collided with the Northern King's body in an attempt to completely destroy it. However, just as the Northern King charged into the thunderbolt, a powerful suction force suddenly surged out from the depths of its body and sucked all the surrounding thunderbolt into its body. Under the tempering of the powerful thunderbolt, the purple-gold color on the surface of the Northern King's body became even purer. Thick lightning snakes shuttled back and forth within the Northern King's body. The Northern King's strength increased crazily at this moment. In the end, the Northern King opened its mouth and an even more terrifying suction force spread out from its mouth. The huge thunderbolt was forcefully torn apart, turning into countless bolts of lightning that were as thick as an arm. They were all sucked into the Northern King's body. After the thunderbolt entered its body, the Northern King's body immediately swelled uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, the Northern King, who was originally the size of a normal person, grew to a height of several dozen feet. Its entire body looked like a huge balloon that could explode at any moment. Instantly, everyone present was shocked by this. All of them were flabbergasted as if they'd seen something that shocked the world. In the next moment, before they could recover from their shock, the Northern King's body suddenly emitted a dazzling purple-gold light. The light was dazzling and shocking. Soon after, a dark black light pillar suddenly shot out of its body toward the sky. It directly entered the thunderclouds in the sky. The vast and mighty thunderbolt came out of the Northern King's body. It seemed to be controlled by some kind of strength as it agglomerated into an enormous, dark black lightning dragon. It coiled around the light pillar and emitted a deafening roar to the sky. The roar was shockingly a thunderous roar. However, the frightening might contained within it caused the majority of the half-martial emperors present to reveal terrified expressions. Their complexions instantly turned as pale as paper. There were even some who were not strong enough to withstand the thunderous roar and vomited blood repeatedly, causing their bodies to become seriously injured. Even those elite Daoist felt a roaring sound in their ears at this moment. Their hearts trembled because of this. However, the scene that appeared in front of them soon after caused them to feel even more disbelief. Or perhaps it was an even more unbelievable horror. The thunderclouds in the sky began to churn uncontrollably under this dragon roar. With the enormous dark black light pillar as the center, they wildly distorted. Finally, they turned into an enormous whirlpool. Numerous thunderbolts shot down uncontrollably and were swallowed by the lightning dragon. After undergoing a strange refinement, they merged into the Northern King's body. Within the pillar of light, the North King's body seemed to be undergoing some kind of baptism. The purplish gold light on his body gradually deepened. The original pitch-black color was like specks of dirt at this moment. Gradually, it was peeled off and replaced with a brand new body of steel. At this moment, the strength of the Northern King had once again broken through. It had reached the level of a 5-star Daoist. However, no one knew just how much the Northern King's strength would increase after it completely swallowed this cluster of thunderclouds. What is going on? This puppet is very strange. Not only did the pill lightning not destroy it, but this thing is actually using the pill lightning to increase its own strength. No wonder this alchemist dares to refine medicine with such great fanfare. It turns out that he has such a strange puppet. If we don't stop it, Wouldn't the strength of this puppet rise to a whole new level? Seeing this scene, the people from the Formation Master Association were unable to continue waiting. Their leader, Qing Zhihui, had an especially gloomy expression. Originally, he had wanted to take advantage of this situation to take advantage of the situation. However, it seemed that it would not work. Since this was the case, for the sake of the reputation of the Formation Master Association, he needed to act no matter what. Everyone, attack together and destroy that puppet. We must not allow it to continue. Qing Zhihui coldly snorted. He waved his sleeve and immediately led the people from the Formation Master Association to charge forward. Each of them unleashed the powerful Dou Qi within their bodies. With a wave of their sleeves, they transformed into a large number of sharp Dou Qi pillars that ruthlessly shot toward the Northern King. Seeing this scene, Han Dong, who was among the crowd, immediately frowned. His body moved and he was about to appear and stop them. However, it was also at this moment that a black and a white figure appeared in front of the empty space where the Northern King was standing. The black-robed figure randomly waved his hand, and a powerful force that was like a divine creation skill easily blocked the people from the Formation Master Association. The appearance of this scene not only caused the spectators to be shocked, but also the people from the Formation Master Association present. Qing Zhihui's heart was bursting with anger. As his body paused, he stared angrily at the two people who had appeared in front of him and angrily reprimanded, "Who are you? You actually dare to obstruct the Formation Master Association's business in Jinyao City." "It is me, Qin Yun." Chapter 878. In the sky above Jinyao City, at this moment, the formation dissipated, and a black pillar of light towered into the sky. A large group of people gathered there, staring at the two figures who appeared in front of the black pillar of light. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. Not far from the two of them, a group of people from the Array Master Association was staring at the two of them. The emotions in their hearts suddenly tensed up when the white-robed young man said his name. Qin Yun. This name might be unfamiliar to most people, but to the Array Formation Master Association, it was an illustrious name. It could be said that it contained a great amount of power. Zhihui didn't know it was young Master Qin. "If I have offended you, please forgive me." Seeing the white-robed young man in front of him, the anger in Qing Zhihui's heart was instantly extinguished. He hurriedly lowered his head and bowed to the two people in front of him. "It doesn't matter. As the saying goes, those who don't know are innocent. This young master is not a narrow-minded person. This matter will end here, but now, this young master will not allow you to take half a step closer to this place." Qin Yun raised his white and arrogant face and stared at Qing Zhihui and the group opposite him with a faint smile. His tone was flat. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Qing Zhihui could not help but frown. Refining pills was not allowed in Jinyao City. This was a rule set by the president of the Array Master Association. For so many years, no one had been able to break it. If Xiao Yan succeeded in refining pills today and they did not pursue the matter, then wouldn't the Array Master Association lose all face? Once the punishment was handed down, even if Qing Zhihui was the number 4 person in the Array Master Association, he would not be able to bear it. "Qi Ming, I have already sent Yan He to tell you that no one is allowed to touch this person. It seems like you don't take this young master's words to heart." When he saw the troubled expression on Qing Zhihui's face, Qin Yun knew in his heart that he could not make the decision on this matter. Hence, he turned his gaze towards the southwest direction. That was where the plaza in the middle of the city was located. At the same time, it was also where the black stone pillar stood. Others might not know, but Qin Yun was very clear in his heart. Below the stone pillar, below the ground, there was a huge hall. That was where the Array Master Association was located in Golden Glory City. "Hee, young master, you're blaming me for this. Since you've personally requested it, the Array Formation Master Association will naturally give you face. However, my subordinates don't know who the person who refined the medicine is. They're just following the rules. I hope young master won't make things difficult for them." Not long after Qin Yun's words sounded, the space in front of everyone became distorted. Soon after, a middle-aged man in a golden robe appeared in front of Qing Zhihui, blocking the people behind him. Following the appearance of this person, the gazes of the crowd also shifted to this middle-aged man at this moment. The middle-aged man was similar to most of the formation masters in the city. He was wearing a golden-colored long robe and had an ordinary build. His head was covered with black hair and he wore a golden-colored crown. His face was refined and he appeared just like a scholar. However, anyone who knew him knew that this person might appear ordinary, but he was a rank 4 formation master. Other than this, he was also an 8-star Daoist. This kind of cultivation and status was not inferior to Qinzhen from the Western Wasteland region. If I don't make things difficult for them, shouldn't I make things difficult for you? Seeing this person, Qin Yun's eyes flickered. He once again let out a cold snort. However, the expression on his face had recovered. The person in front of him was after all the deputy chairman of the Array Master Association. Even Qin Yun could not be careless when facing the latter. At the very least, now was not the time. Seeing this, Qi Ming immediately bowed and apologized to Qin Yun. He cupped his hands together and said with a face full of smiles, "Young Master Qin, I will apologize on their behalf." Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. It was not appropriate for him to continue pestering Qi Ming. Of course, this kind of result was what he wanted to see the most. When he saw that Qin Yun did not move, Qi Ming turned around and ordered the members of the Array Master Association behind him in a deep voice. Immediately, that group of people shrank their heads and hurriedly withdrew. However, in the blink of an eye, only Qin Yun, Qi Ming, who had just appeared, and the surrounding onlookers were left in the arena. In fact, even those who were related to the Array Master Association did not dare to stay a moment longer as they hurriedly left. "Cuckoo, I am tied up with work. If young Master Qin does not mind, then, let's go." However, this young master hopes that such a thing will not happen a second time. "That is only natural." Qi Ming smiled slightly. Soon after, he once again disappeared into the empty space. Only then did Qin Yun turn his eyes to the enormous light pillar behind him. A sharp glint flickered within his eyes. His eyes were filled with surprise as he looked at the Northern King within the light pillar. It was not that he had never seen a puppet before. However, he had never seen such a strange puppet that was able to swallow pill lightning and increase its strength. From the looks of it, the strength of the Northern King had already stepped into the middle stage of the 5-star Daoist class. Even though this was the case, the strength of the Northern King was still increasing. From the looks of it, it was likely that it would break through to the 6-star Daoist class. 6-star Daoist? Isn't that the same as me? Qin Yun's heart was slightly startled. It seemed that this Xiao Yan was not an ordinary person. Within the crowd, Han Dong also revealed a surprised expression as he stared at Qin Yun in the square. He felt a little suspicious in his heart. Although he was not familiar with the latter, he knew that this Qin Yun was definitely not what he appeared to be on the surface. He definitely had a motive for everything he did. However, his actions today were a little unexpected. Han Dong's heart involuntarily became even more curious when he thought of this. Just who was the person who was refining medicine within the building at this moment? He was actually able to get Qin Yun to appear for him. At the same time, 3 human figures were standing in the large underground hall of the Formation Master Association. "How is it? Have you discovered anything?" A colorful-robed old man in the large hall asked Qi Ming, who had just appeared. At the same time, a golden-robed, white-haired old man beside him also looked at Qi Ming. Qi Ming frowned when he saw the gazes of the two of them. He shook his head and said, "I don't know. I don't know. That person's soul power is extremely tyrannical. It's not any weaker than yours or mine. Moreover, there seems to be something mixed with it. There's a special kind of power that completely blocked my soul power. I can't investigate the situation in the pavilion at all." "What?" When they heard that the alchemist's spiritual strength was not inferior to theirs, the expressions of the two people in the hall changed drastically. An alchemist whose spiritual strength was comparable to the 3 of them was no small matter. From Qin Yun's previous actions, it seems that he cares a lot about this person. In the Western region, there are not many people that he cares about. Just who is he? The 3 of them looked at each other. At this moment, all the questions in their hearts were gathered on Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, a day passed by. Only when the sky turned hazy did the black light pillar in the sky disappear. The Northern King, who was within it, was once again exposed to the air. Along with the black light pillar, the thunder clouds in the sky also disappeared. Only at this moment did the pill lightning officially disappear. Xianxia, who had been sitting in the building for an entire day, finally opened his eyes at this moment. Chapter 879. Mr. Xianxia, I wonder if you can show yourself? Although everyone present had already left, Qin Yun persisted and waited. At this moment, the light pillar had scattered. Not only did it attract the gazes of quite a number of people in the city, but it also caused Qin Yun to sigh in relief within his heart. Seeing that the auction was approaching, it was impossible for him not to see Xianxia. Almost at the same time, in a pavilion not too far away, Han Dong, who was wearing a brocade robe, felt his heart jump violently. He could not help but feel astonished. Wasn't the name of the person that Qin Yun had called out Xianxia, whom he had met once at the Sand River shop 3 months ago? The latter's amazing alchemy talent and tyrannical cultivation caused Han Dong to remember him in his heart. Especially now that Xianxia had joined the Alchemist Alliance, he could be considered as a member of the alliance. With regards to the latter, Han Dong's memory was especially clear. However, he did not expect that the name of the person that Qin Yun was calling out was actually Xianxia. However, he did not know if this Xianxia and that Xianxia were the same person. The same tyrannical alchemy talent, Xianxia in Jingyao City, had spiritual strength that had already reached the level of a rank 4 alchemist. In that case, could it be that the two of them really had the same name? Or could it be that in the short span of 3 months, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength had actually jumped from a rank 3 alchemist to a rank 4 alchemist? Wasn't this a little too inconceivable? With doubts in his heart, Han Dong quickly moved closer to the auction house. In the dormitory, Xiaoyan could not help but frown slightly when he heard the voice that came from the roof. He did not expect that this guy could actually endure until now. It was really surprising. After musing for a moment in his heart, Xiaoyan's body shook slightly. He also got up from the bed. With a thought, he withdrew the spiritual strength on the walls of the house, opened the door and leaped into the sky. Xiaoyan first arrived in front of the Northern King. As he looked at the purple-gold Northern King, Xiaoyan's eyes involuntarily glowed. A sharp dou qi gathered at the tip of his finger and slashed across the Northern King's body like a sharp blade. However, not a single mark could be seen where the dou qi passed. Hiss! Xiaoyan's eyes hardened when he saw this scene. He was pleasantly surprised. Soon after, he kept the Northern King into his storage ring. His eyes turned and looked at Qin Yun, who was standing nearby. Young Master Qin Yun, thank you for today. What is younger brother Xiaoyan saying? This is just a small matter. However, it is unexpected that younger brother Xiaoyan is actually able to remember my name even though we have only met once. I really feel lucky. Qin Yun stepped forward and cupped his hands toward Xiaoyan as he laughed heartily. His handsome face was filled with a kind smile. It was as though he did not care about what had happened during the day. Xiaoyan also smiled and said a few words in agreement when he heard this. A joyous laughter was immediately emitted between the two of them. At the same time, Han Dong stared at the two people in the sky from a building a short distance away. This was especially the case when he saw the black-robed young man. His eyes involuntarily revealed a surprised expression. It is actually him. Han Dong's turbid eyes swept over Xiaoyan. Soon after, he looked at Qin Yun. He was indeed surprised that Xiaoyan was here. However, this person's appearance was the most fatal. Why are the two of them together? This is going to be troublesome. Han Dong frowned. He couldn't help but feel a sense of heaviness in his heart because of Qin Yun's appearance. Although I know that younger brother Xiaoyan is an alchemist, I never thought that you would actually be able to refine a tier 4 medicinal pill. This has truly broadened my horizons. Qin Yun's face was filled with sincerity as he looked at Xiaoyan. This smile caused one to feel comfortable when one looked at it. Additionally, the things that had happened during the day caused even Xiaoyan to have a good impression of the latter. The two of them laughed and chatted for a while, and their relationship seemed to have become much more harmonious. During this period of time, Qin Yun would occasionally ask Xiao Yan about the Tier 4 medicinal pills that he had refined, but Xiao Yan would not talk about them one by one, causing Qin Yun to laugh awkwardly. Seeing this, Han Dong, who was in the distance, felt slightly relieved. It was a long while later before Qin Yun left with Yan He. Xiao Yan watched the figures of the two of them disappear into the night. He could not help but feel a sense of suspicion in his heart. From the conversation between the two of them earlier, the latter did not seem to have any ill intentions toward him. Additionally, the two of them had only met by chance. According to Qin Yun's words, the reason why he had helped him was because he admired Xiao Yan's talent. However, it was also because of this that caused Xiao Yan to feel that something was not right. Helpless, Xiao Yan returned to the building not long after Qin Yun left. Although the Spirit Awakening pill had been refined, Xiao Yan's spiritual strength and Dou Qi had been greatly exhausted. After a day of training, Xiao Yan had only recovered his Dou Qi. As for spiritual strength, other than resting, it was not so easy to recover. Hence, in the following few days until the auction began, Xiao Yan could only peacefully recover his strength in his dormitory. Seeing Xiao Yan return to the building, Han Dong was just about to make a move when the latter quickly discovered that a black-robed human figure had suddenly appeared in another building close to Xiao Yan's building. It was quietly monitoring Xiao Yan's building in the dark night. That is, Yan He. Han Dong's heart immediately sank when he saw this person. He did not expect that Qin Yun would actually have such a tactic. From the looks of it, he was also worried about whether Xiao Yan would really believe him. From the looks of it, it was likely that it would not work if he wanted to get close to Xiao Yan now. He could only wait for another opportunity. Thinking of this, Han Dong could only helplessly withdraw despite the unwillingness in his heart. At the same time, Xiao Yan, who had returned to his dormitory, simply lay down on the bed. His spiritual strength wrapped around the entire building. In just a short moment, Xiao Yan fell into a deep sleep. This sleep lasted for 3 days. During the following 3 days, Xiao Yan remained in a deep sleep. The spiritual strength that he had wildly exhausted during these 2 months was also slowly recovering in this kind of deep sleep. Xiao Yan's originally pale face had already recovered its rosiness. The aura on his body had become even denser than 2 months ago. Indeed, the extreme exhaustion of Dou Qi was also a kind of different method of condensing one's strength. Only on the evening of the 3rd day did the groggy Xiao Yan gradually wake up from his deep sleep. At this moment, the aura on his body had also completely recovered. Chapter 880. Xiao Yan had been asleep for 3 days. During this period of time, Qin Yun had visited him countless times. However, no one answered the door each time, giving him the cold shoulder. Even though he was unwilling to accept this, Qin Yun still calmed down and calmly waited for Xiao Yan to wake up. Xiao Yan had been guarding another building near Xiao Yan's building for 3 days. He had been paying attention to Xiao Yan's movements. This caused Han Dong to be unable to approach Xiao Yan. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan slowly wake up in the dormitory. His drowsy eyes trembled as he opened them. The scene in front of him turned from blurry to clear. Although it was a long time to sleep for 3 days, Xiao Yan's condition had recovered a lot. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had slept without any scruples like this. After stretching his body a little, Xiao Yan was just about to walk out of the room when he seemed to have recalled something. His eyes immediately shot out an excited glow. He hurriedly raised his hand. A thought passed through his mind and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed. Soon after, a cluster of white energy the size of a washbasin appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. This cluster of light was Xiao Xian's remnant spirit. Ancestor? Seeing this cluster of light, Xiao Yan's heart, which was originally filled with excitement, swiftly withdrew. He frowned and stared at the milk-white energy cluster in front of him. His heart felt extremely surprised. Xiao Xian had clearly swallowed the spiritual origins of those 7 people, yet he was still unable to wake up. Although he had the support of the spiritual origins of those 7 Dodi, Xiao Xian still seemed unable to wake up. Those spiritual strengths were insufficient to make up for the injuries that Xiao Xian had suffered. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily sank when he thought of this. It seemed that Xiao Xian's condition was even more troublesome than he had imagined. However, just as Xiao Yan was about to store it back into his storage ring, Xiao Yan clearly saw a thin layer of weak light suddenly flash on the surface of the cluster of light. Huh! Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan immediately rejoiced in his heart. He was certain that he had not seen wrongly. Instead, Xiao Xian's spiritual origins had indeed sent him some kind of signal. Xiao Yan's gaze briefly sized up this cluster of spiritual origins with joy in his heart. Immediately, he extended a finger with a heart filled with hesitation and touched the cluster of spiritual origins in front of him. Bang! It was also at this instant that an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation suddenly swept out from within the spiritual origins. It was like an invisible storm that instantly shattered the spiritual barrier that Xiao Yan had set up. A powerful spiritual soul storm rushed out of the pavilion, causing Yan He, who was constantly paying attention to the commotion, to take a few steps back. The instant he raised his head, his old face was filled with shock, and his complexion turned deathly pale. What a terrifying spiritual strength! Who is this person? Yan He's heart was filled with fear. He had only felt such tyrannical spiritual strength from those few people in the Array Formation Master Association. However, right now, another guy with such tyrannical spiritual strength had appeared. Who exactly was he? At the same time, Xiao Yan within the dormitory was shaken by the powerful spiritual strength that was being emitted from the spiritual essence in front of him. Such a powerful spiritual strength was something that even he could not compare with. However, why was it that Xiao Xian had yet to awaken? Although Xiao Yan felt extremely uncertain in his heart, the spiritual barrier surrounding the pavilion had already been broken. It no longer had any defenses. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a great pressure. He could only helplessly withdraw the spiritual essence, which was no longer moving in front of him. He turned his body and appeared in front of the door. At this moment, in the distant sky, a young man in white robes was faintly flying over. It was Qin Yun. He came so quickly. Xiao Yan thought to himself. A smile quickly appeared on his face. He cupped his fists towards the ladder from afar and said with a smile, "Brother Qin Yun, I haven't seen you for a few days. Your aura has become much stronger." "Ha, Brother Xiao Yan is too polite. I've been looking for you every day for the past few days. Unfortunately, you didn't answer the door every time. I think it's because refining medicine is too hard and you're resting, so I didn't disturb you." Qin Yun also cupped his fists towards Xiao Yan from afar. His face was filled with a warm smile. At a glance, it gave people a good impression of him. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. He smiled and shrugged, not commenting. "I wonder why Brother Qin Yun has come here today?" Xiao Yan smiled and said, "Ha, Brother Xiao Yan, the reason why I have come today is not because of any big matter. The main reason is that I wish to have a chat with Brother. The other reason is to prevent that group of bastards from the Formation Master Association. They are not magnanimous people. Now that you have broken their rules, I'm afraid that they will harm you. With me around, at the very least, they will not dare to do anything openly. If that's the case, then thank you, Brother Qin Yun." Xiao Yan nodded with a grateful face. Since the latter had already said so, it was not appropriate for him to overthink. After which, Xiao Yan invited the latter into the building. In the living room, the two of them sat down. Then, Qin Yun raised his head to look at Xiao Yan and said, "Brother Xiao Yan, the reason why you refined this rank 4 medicinal pill is likely because of the auction this time around, right? Could it be that the forces that came to this city are here to drink tea?" Xiao Yan teasingly smiled. Hearing this, the latter's face immediately revealed an embarrassed smile. Immediately he said, "Don't worry. Putting it this way, Xiao Yan younger brother should have already obtained the key to enter the auction house." "You mean the ring?" "That's right. That's the key that the auction house gave out. Only with that ring can one enter the auction house. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for this reason, you wouldn't be staying here." Qin Yun smiled. This was the pavilion that the auction house used to receive important guests. If one wasn't participating in the auction, they definitely wouldn't have the opportunity to stay here. Up until today, there were no more than 10 forces that could stay in this pavilion area. This was because to be able to stay here, although it depended on whether one had an entry ticket. At the same time, strength was more important. After all, this world respected the strong. The strength of one's strength determined the way others treated them. For Xiao Yan to be able to stay here, this already proved that Xiao Yan's strength had already met the requirements of the auction house. This was something that even some of the old forces in the western region did not have the qualifications to do. A strong person could always easily obtain the respect and reverence of others. Now, Xiao Yan was just like that. Chapter 881. A total of 500 of those rings have been distributed. In other words, we will be able to see some of the top forces in the western region in this auction. It can be said that the forces that have gathered in this auction are all super powerful forces that are famous in their own regions. The foundation that they possess is extremely shocking. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart could not help but tighten slightly. 500 rings. That meant the 500 truly powerful forces in the western region. These forces were all experts among experts. In order to obtain that ring, these forces would constantly compete with each other. The process was a struggle of blood and flesh. The forces that could obtain the ring in the end would naturally be incomparably tyrannical. The auction house's method could not be said to be not ruthless. It could be said that they had perfectly arranged the forces in the western region. The top 500 forces would definitely be completely displayed in this auction. Such a grand event would probably be unprecedentedly prosperous. Oh right, Brother Xiao Yan, what do you think of the Fusang flower? Just as Xiao Yan was secretly shocked, Qin Yun's voice changed and landed on the Fusang flower that Xiao Yan was currently most concerned about. The Fusang flower was the main target that Xiao Yan had come to participate in this auction. It could be said that he was determined to obtain the Fusang flower. Once he obtained the Fusang flower, it was destined that Xiao Yan's spiritual strength would greatly increase and he would become a rank 4 alchemist in one fell swoop. This kind of matter was unable to calm Xiao Yan's heart. The Fusang flower is born with 5 petals. However, this Fusang flower has 6 petals. It is very strange. Before seeing it with my own eyes, I do not dare to jump to conclusions. I am only curious as to why this Fusang flower has 6 petals. Since ancient times, I have never heard of a Fusang flower with 6 petals. What Brother Xiao Yan has said is precisely what I am anxious about in my heart. The 6-petal hibiscus flower is the greatest selling point of this auction. It is also the greatest loophole in the auction. After all, no one dares to guarantee the quality of this hibiscus flower. Should it mutate and become strange, it will only harm us. This is likely the real reason why its owner randomly auctioned it off. Xiao Yan's expression changed. Even with Qin Yun's character, a worry involuntarily surged into his eyes when he heard Xiao Yan's words. Clearly, even his heart was filled with doubt about the hibiscus flower. However, this matter was ultimately related to the hibiscus ancient spirit tree. Regardless of whether the matter was true or false, he needed to come and take a look. After that, the two of them chatted for a long time in the pavilion. The topic of conversation revolved around the Fusang flower. Unfortunately, as the two of them did not know anything about it, they could only helplessly frown and sigh. Unknowingly, another day had passed. Only in the evening did Qin Yun reluctantly leave the pavilion where Xiao Yan was. Not long after he left under Xiao Yan's gaze, he turned around and came to another pavilion not far from the latter. Here, Yan he had been waiting for a long time with a frown. "Young master." As soon as he entered, Yan he spoke respectfully. "How is it? Has he reacted in the past 3 days?" After entering the pavilion, Qin Yun walked past Yan he and came to the main seat before sitting down. "Young master, I was just about to tell you about this matter." Yan he had a solemn expression. His old face still had a trace of paleness that could not be wiped away. "Oh, what's the matter? What happened? Speak." Seeing the paleness on the latter's face, Qin Yun first frowned slightly before asking. "Young master, this morning, Yan he roughly told Qin Yun about the matter of him being injured by the soul force during the day." "What did you say? Who is that person? To be able to force you back with just soul force? Could it be that the person who refined the pill was not Xiao Yan?" This This subordinate does not know. However, there is one thing that I am certain of. That soul force definitely does not belong to Xiao Yan. Qin Yun's hand that was on the armrest earlier immediately clenched tightly. Due to the great strength, it caused cracks to appear on the stone armrest. At that moment, the latter's face was heavy and he did not dare to be careless in the slightest. He had truly never thought of what Yan He had said. Although he had entered the building that Xiao Yan was staying in during the day, he did not discover anything. This was especially the case when Xiao Yan's dormitory was covered by Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. It was impossible for him to investigate. This had unknowingly increased the suspicion in Qin Yun's heart. Don't tell me that there is another rank 4 alchemist in his bedroom? Qin Yun's frown deepened when he thought of this. If this was really the case, it was likely that his plan would fail. However, this matter was already imminent. The auction was about to begin. If he was unable to find a candidate before then, it would be a waste of such a good opportunity. Continue investigating. Keep a close eye on him. Regardless of what relationship he has with that alchemist, he must not be allowed to disturb my plan. Yes, this subordinate understands. Yan He's heart was slightly startled as he hurriedly replied respectfully. After giving these instructions, Qin Yun finally left the pavilion and walked toward his own residence in the city. However, just as he was about to leave the pavilion, he did not discover that a black-robed human figure was standing high in the sky in the dark night, sending Qin Yun off with his eyes. When he saw the face that was covered under the black robe, who else could it be other than Xiao Yan? Qin Yun, although I do not know just who you are and what you intend to do by finding me, I do not mind killing another elite Daoist if you have any ill intentions. Although Qin Yun had Yan He guarding beside him, Xiao Yan, who had already successfully advanced his Sky Annihilation step to the Ling Yun Great Stage, was no longer afraid of the latter in terms of speed. Adding the frightening increase in his fighting strength from the Sky Annihilation step, along with his various tactics, Xiao Yan would similarly have the ability to fight even if the other party was a 9-star Daoist. Hence, if this Qin Yun had any ill intentions toward him, Xiao Yan would not be stingy in killing him. Xiao Yan admitted that he had never been a merciful person. He would only see how the other party treated him. If the other party lied to him, just like how Qin Yun was currently doing one thing in the open while doing another in the dark, Xiao Yan felt the most shameless. Now, it all depended on how Qin Yun would treat him. This time around, after Qin Yun had left, he only met Xiao Yan again on the day of the auction. The latter rested in his dormitory for another 3 days until his condition had completely recovered to its peak. It was also the day when the auction would begin. Finally, after 2.5 months of waiting, it was time to reveal the doubts in everyone's hearts. Xiao Yan's tightly shut eyes slowly opened within the dormitory. His body flashed and he arrived in front of the door. He extended his hand and pulled the door inwards, welcoming the noise outside as well as the warm glaring sunlight. Fusang Flower, I am here. Chapter 882. After walking out of the room, Xiao Yan's gaze looked out. From a high vantage point, the entire city was filled with a black mass of human heads. The turbulent human flow was just like densely packed ants. At this moment, these people were continuously squeezing in the direction of the auction house. Xiao Yan shook his head and sighed softly as he eyed the black mass of people in the city. Although these people knew that the Fusang flower would appear in the auction, they did not seem to know that a person who did not possess that ring would not be accepted by the auction house. Although there were quite a number of people in the city at this moment, this could not change the decision of the auction house. They were merely a group of bandits. Under the prestige of a Daoist, these people would naturally obediently withdraw. In the face of absolute strength, numbers did not determine anything. With this thought in his heart, Xiao Yan turned around. He was just about to walk in the direction of the auction house when Wu Gang's figure flew over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. "Kuka, little brother Xiao Yan, the auction is about to begin. I have specially come to invite you to enter." Wu Gang smiled and cupped his hands together to Xiao Yan after arriving in front of him. The latter also cupped his hands together and replied when he heard this. "In that case, thank you very much, old brother Wu Gang." Although Xiao Yan was not very familiar with Wu Gang, he had quite a good impression of this person. Therefore, he was naturally much more courteous when speaking to him. "Let's go." Wu Gang smiled and nodded. He extended his hand and made an inviting gesture to Xiao Yan. The two of them walked together, stepped into the empty air, and flew toward the auction house. "Cuckoo, it is really unexpected that little brother Xiao Yan is actually a rank 4 alchemist. This is really surprising." Along the way, Wu Gang finally could not resist telling Xiao Yan about the scene that he had seen a few days ago. It must be said that even when he recalled it at this moment, Wu Gang's heart was filled with shock. No matter how he thought about it, he would never have thought that the young man beside him was actually a rank 4 alchemist. If one were to simply look at his cultivation, being able to reach the level of a 5-star Daoist at such a young age, this kind of training talent could indeed be described as frightening. However, this continent would never lack geniuses. Xiao Yan was definitely not the only person who could train to such a level. However, the thing that was shocking was that Xiao Yan was actually able to raise his spiritual strength to such a frightening level while raising his cultivation to the level of a 5-star Daoist. If the former was pardonable, then the latter was simply impossible. Actually, I'm not some tier 4 alchemist. The reason why I'm able to refine tier 4 medicinal pills is only because I borrowed medicinal pills. Medicinal pills. The expression in Wu Gang's eyes involuntarily hardened when he heard these words. A chill involuntarily rose from the bottom of his heart. It was not that there were no medicinal pills in this world that could raise one's spiritual strength. However, from his impression, it seemed that only the blood soul pill was the most common type. The blood soul pill used the soul of a living person as a medicinal ingredient. Refining the blood soul pill required a human life as the price. It could be said to be extremely vicious and was the most shameless medicinal pill in the alchemist world. Moreover, the side effects of the blood soul pill were extremely great. Most people were not unwilling to use the blood soul pill. However, if Xiao Yan in front of him used the blood soul pill, it could only mean that he, Wu Gang, had misjudged Xiao Yan. "Cuckoo, Chairman, there is no need to think too much. The medicinal pill that I have consumed is called the Rising Spirit Pill. It is a rank 4 medicinal pill that can raise one's spiritual strength for a period of time. Although this is considered a common method, it is a viable choice for an alchemist." Xiao Yan appeared to have seen the suspicion in Wu Gang's heart. He smiled slightly and spoke with a warm face. Wu Gang was involuntarily at a loss when he heard this. Immediately, he came to a sudden understanding in his heart. At the same time, an embarrassed smile involuntarily surfaced on his face. "It is actually the Rising Spirit Pill, Tisteske, I have heard that this thing is extremely rare. This is because it is mostly used by alchemists and almost never ends up in the outside world. It is unexpected that young friend Xiao Yan is actually able to obtain such a medicinal pill. It really causes one to be envious." After flattering with a smile, the two of them no longer procrastinated. A moment later, they had already arrived in front of the auction house. Unfortunately, this place was already surrounded by an endless stream of people. If they were to enter from the main entrance, it was destined that no one would be able to enter. However, being the deputy chairman, Wu Gang naturally had another method. Under Wu Gang's lead, Xiao Yan directly arrived at the special entrance that only the upper echelons of the auction house could pass through. There were also 2 guards at this place. However, the difference from other places was that the strength of these 2 guards had actually reached the level of a 2-star Daoist. Using 2-star Daoist class experts to guard the entrance, it was likely that even the Formation Master Association would not be able to do such a thing. Seeing this scene, even with Xiao Yan's character, he involuntarily felt a shock in his heart. This auction house was really unusual. "Cuckoo, it is just to be safe. At the same time, we hope that we can use this opportunity to deter those unruly fellows. This is why we have invited 2 elite Daoist to guard this place." Wu Gang randomly laughed. The expression on his face revealed the current emotions in his heart. The 2 of them approached, and the 2 elite Daoist in front of the entrance immediately cupped their hands and bowed to the 2 of them. Unlike other people, these 2 were genuine elite Daoist. Their hearts each had their own pride. In terms of etiquette, The auction house would naturally not have too many requirements. Xiao Yan smiled at the two of them. Then he and Wu Gang directly walked into the auction house. Behind them, the two of them saw the backs of Xiao Yan and Wu Gang gradually disappear. Only then did they involuntarily face each other. Their faces revealed a surprised expression. Who is this brat? He is actually able to walk through this door together with the vice chairman? That's right. According to what I know, other than the two guild masters, there are only a total of 4 people who have entered this door. Moreover, those people are all great figures with great reputations in the western region. However, who is this brat? The two of them looked at each other. Surprise involuntarily surged out from their eyes. Their mouths were also speechless. No one knew who this mysterious black-robed young man was. They only knew that this door in front of them was something that even the young master of that family had never walked through. Yet, this mysterious black-robed young man of unknown origin was able to receive such treatment. From this, it could be seen that the latter was definitely not someone an ordinary person could compare with. At the same time, at a certain place outside the auction house, Qin Yun and Yan He, who was following behind him, also slowly shifted their gazes away from the door. Although the expression of the young man beside him appeared calm, Yan He could feel an extremely cold chill from his body. That kind of chill was something that even he could not endure. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 883. With Wu Gang leading the way in front, Xiao Yan easily entered the auction ground. Those who passed by him along the way all threw respectful and curious gazes at him. Their hearts were all shocked at Xiao Yan's appearance. Although Xiao Yan felt helpless in his heart, he could only shrug his shoulders and ignore them. Wu Gang by the side threw some praising gazes at Xiao Yan when he saw this. If it was an ordinary person, especially a young person like Xiao Yan, his face would definitely involuntarily reveal a proud smile under such respectful and curious gazes. However, looking at Xiao Yan, regardless of whether it was his face or his eyes, they were completely calm. From this, one could see that the latter's character was definitely not something that an ordinary person could compare with. Very quickly, Xiao Yan followed Wu Gang and arrived in front of a specially prepared private room. This place was the most luxurious auction ground in the entire auction ground. Naturally, it was also used by the auction ground to entertain VIP guests. Normally speaking, those who could enter this place were all extremely wealthy and powerful people. Moreover, the lowest standard was an 8-star Dodi. From this, one could see just how important Xiao Yan was to Wu Gang. This time around, even some of the elite Dodi in the passageway could not bear to throw shocked gazes at Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, they could only watch the latter enter the VIP room with their eyes wide open. Other than envy, there was nothing else in their eyes. Cuckoo, I wonder if this place will suit young friend Xiao Yan's taste. After entering the private room, one could see at a glance that this place was nearly 100 square meters in size. The decorations within it were dazzling. Even the chairs were made of top-quality jade. Numerous monster cores were embedded into the carpet on the stone chairs. With the existence of the monster cores, the carpet would always be at an extremely comfortable level. The stone chairs that one sat on were also made of special jade. The faint fragrance that was emitted from them actually possessed some special ability. If one were to use this kind of chair for a long period of time, it was likely that it would bring quite a lot of benefits to one's body. TSK, all of this can be considered luxurious, especially that monster core. With Xiao Yan's eyesight, he could tell at a glance that the monster core was obtained from a Do-D class magical beast. There were at least over a dozen monster cores in this place. In other words, one would have to kill over a dozen Do-D class magical beasts in order to obtain these monster cores. This kind of spending was really the most luxurious thing that Xiao Yan had ever seen. Cuckoo, if young friend Xiao Yan is satisfied, I will leave first. There are still quite a number of matters that require me to settle in the auction ground. Today, quite a number of factions' big shots have arrived. Wu Gang smiled when he saw the shocked expression that was revealed on Xiao Yan's face. Immediately, he turned around and exited the room. He gave some instructions to a female servant with a fiery hot figure outside the door before leaving by himself. After that, the maid entered the private room. "Sir, the deputy chairman has asked a female servant to serve you." The female servant's face was timid as she walked to Xiao Yan's side. Her pretty face was so cute that it caused one to involuntarily want to pinch it. Her voluptuous, lovely body was only covered by a piece of rag-like cloth. Over half of her snow-white body was exposed. If an ordinary person saw this, it was likely that he would not be able to control himself. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan's dark black eyes were currently filled with a bright glow. His gaze swept over those monster cores one by one. His heart was so excited that it pounded. Over a dozen D-class monster cores. If he were to take these monster cores out, it would be an enormous fortune. Xiao Yan was involuntarily moved when he thought until this point. He pursed his lips. Xiao Yan was just about to move when he sensed an unusual gaze. He was slightly surprised in his heart as he looked to the side. Only then did he notice the female servant with a fiery figure beside him. However, at this moment, the exquisite pretty face of this female servant carried a mocking smile. That smile seemed to be saying that he was at the very least someone invited by the deputy chairman. Yet, he was actually like a pauper, cough cough. Sensing the strange smile on the face of the female servant, Xiao Yan's old face involuntarily reddened. He smiled awkwardly and hurriedly said, "You can leave. I don't need anyone to serve me." Hearing this, the female servant sized up Xiao Yan from head to toe. Her lovely body twisted, turned around, and left the private room. "I am a pauper to begin with." Seeing that the female servant had left, Xiao Yan finally could not resist rubbing his nose with his hand. He curled his lips and walked to the front of the chair. His gaze carried some reluctance as it swept over those monster cores. Finally, he could only helplessly shrug his shoulders and sit down. At this moment, the auction house in the outside world had already gathered together. As expected, anyone who wore a cream-white ring or a faction had successfully entered the auction house. Although only 5 times the number of rings had been given out, due to the number of people that each faction had brought, it resulted in the number of people in the auction house being close to 1,000. As for those people who did not have rings outside the auction house, despite feeling extremely unwilling in their hearts, they could only bitterly leave in the face of the powerful might of the auction house. Of course, before this, they had definitely learned a lesson in blood. Looking at the auction house, the interior of the private room that Xiao Yan was in was similar to what he had seen in the past. On the front wall of the private room, there was a projection that could display the entire situation in the auction house in front of Xiao Yan. At this moment, in the auction house, the huge auction stage slowly split apart. The floor shrunk, revealing 4 stairs that faced 4 directions. Soon after, female servants with hot figures walked out one after another. Each of them held a tray covered by a black cloth. As for the items placed on the tray, due to the special preparation, no one could guess. After this group of female servants walked out, everyone in the auction house naturally shifted their gazes. In the auction house, which was slightly noisy a moment ago, in the next moment, everyone's gaze fell on those trays. After a fruitless search, everyone's gaze fell on the dozen or so female servants with hot and fiery gazes wantonly swept over their sexy and delicate bodies. At this moment, on the huge auction stage, the empty space in the middle of the empty space suddenly distorted. Following that, a slender middle-aged man appeared at the center of the auction house. Everyone, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend this auction in Jinyao City. I am the president of this auction house and also the chief auctioneer of this auction, Lu Zhongtin. Chapter 884. In the large auction ground, everyone's gazes were already firmly locked onto the middle-aged man the moment he appeared. This was especially the case for those in the VIP private rooms. The gazes that those people threw toward Lu Zhongtian contained a deep fear. At this very moment, when the people present heard Lu Zhongtian's name, even some of the forces present who had never seen him before could not help but reveal expressions of fear on their faces. It was very clear that although Lu Zhongtian was not in the outside world, his name still resounded throughout the western region. Lu Zhongtian was a terrifying existence that could charge into the top 3 of the western region with just his strength. At this moment, even Xiao Yan, who was in the private room, could not help but reveal a shocked expression on his face when he heard the latter's name. Clearly, even he had heard of the latter's name. Although this man's strength had yet to break through to the origin transformation realm, his cultivation of a 9-star Do D had already reached the peak. He was only a step away from the origin transformation realm. Cuckoo, everyone, I will not say any unnecessary pleasantries. I know that all of you have come here today for the auction. Since this is the case, as the chairman, I can only wish that everyone will be able to obtain the items that they are satisfied with. Additionally, I hope that everyone will abide by the rules of the auction ground. No one is allowed to fight within the auction ground. If anyone does, I will forcefully ask you to leave the auction ground. At the same time, you will lose the right to participate in the auction. No matter what item you have obtained before, we will take it all back. Although Lu Zhongtian was smiling as he spoke, his words caused the expressions of most of the people present to change. Even the people in the private rooms did not dare to easily brush past these words in their hearts. Lu Zhongtian smiled with satisfaction when he saw the expressions of fear on the faces of the people present. Immediately, he clapped his hands gently, emitting an extremely loud echo in the quiet auction ground. After which, a tall female servant respectfully stepped forward and handed the tray in her hands to Lu Zhongtian. The empty space once again distorted and a floating auction stage appeared. The female servant carefully placed the tray on it before consciously withdrawing. After which, Lu Zhongtian's gaze swept over the entire place. The corner of his mouth carried a slight smile, giving him a scholarly appearance. Anyone could tell that this was a great person who could shake the entire western region with just a stomp of his foot. Cuckoo, this first auction item is a dagger called Edgeless. It is made from blood dragon wood and is incomparably hard. At the same time, it is also extremely bloodthirsty. Due to it containing the monster core of a 4-star Do D magical beast, it also has the ability to pierce through Do Qi. Additionally, it also possesses a certain level of poison. After a brief introduction, Lu Zhongtian took out a Tier 3 defensive array disc that he had prepared in advance and opened it. As everyone can see, this formation plate is a rank 3 low-grade formation plate. Normally speaking, it is able to block an all-out attack from a 2-star Do D. Lu Zhongtian spoke in a casual manner. Immediately, he picked up the dagger in front of him. Soon after, without using any Do Qi, he heavily pierced it into the formation in front of him. Bang! However, this formation merely endured for less than an instant before it burst apart with a bang. Immediately, the entire place was in an uproar. A formation plate that could block the full force attack of a 2-star Do D was actually so easily broken by this Edgeless. Moreover, this was under the premise that Do Qi had not been added. It was difficult to imagine just how sharp this dagger would be if it had the support of Do Qi. In an instant, everyone present threw fiery hot gazes toward that Edgeless. Although not everyone present was an expert dagger user, there would definitely be some kind of strong person within their respective factions. Anyone who could bring back this Edgeless would definitely be able to increase the strength of their faction. This was naturally something that they were interested in. Xiao Yan in the private room used a huge ruler as his weapon and was already used to the huge size of the huge ruler and its wide opening and closing moves. He was not interested in this kind of tricky and small weapon. Edgeless, the starting price is 80 low-grade spirit stones. Although the ability of Edgeless caused everyone present to be interested, this price caused quite a number of people to shrink back. Of course, there was naturally no lack of strong people who used daggers as their weapon among the people present. Not long later, a series of clapping sounds sounded in the auction. Finally, even a portion of the factions who had originally planned to give up on this auction actually joined in. In the end, this Edgeless was successfully auctioned off at a price of 470 spirit stones. This caused the smile on Lu Zhongtian's face to become even richer at the same time. Following this temporary craze, Lu Zhongtian struck while the iron was hot. In less than 4 hours, there were another couple of valuable items that were successfully auctioned off. The prices also caused Lu Zhongtian to be unable to stop smiling. At the same time, even Xiao Yan, who was currently in the private room, could not help but click his tongue. These factions were really as Qin Yun had said. They were all rich and overbearing. Within a short 4 hours, they had already obtained close to 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. With such a foundation, it was no wonder that they were able to bully the top 500 factions in the western region. Now that he thought about it, the so-called 4 large sects were really nothing. A mere 4 8-star Dodi. At this moment, there were no less than 5 of them in the auction house. There were even a total of 4 9-star Dodi. A faction like this could easily leave the so-called 4 large sects in the dust. Sure enough, the real tigers that bit people were those that seemed to be lying quietly at the side, indifferent to you. If you really dared to underestimate them, then no one knew that they would suddenly launch a fatal blow at you at a certain moment. As he thought of this, Xiao Yan could not help but narrow his eyes as he quietly pondered in his heart. Time gradually flowed by in the lively auction. No one cared about it and no one measured it. However, they knew that they were welcoming wave after wave of climaxes in the auction. Each auction item was even more attractive than the previous one. Naturally, the auction prices were even more exaggerated. This continued until a certain moment when Lu Zhongtian once again opened a tray. This time around, what appeared in front of everyone was a completely blood-red colored fruit. The strangest thing was that the surface of this fruit was actually covered with a layer of mysterious scales. They appeared like snake scales but were somewhat different. However, the instant this fruit was reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes, the latter's pair of dark black eyes suddenly surged with joy. His hands involuntarily grabbed the armrest. The emotions in his heart had suddenly become excited at this moment. Chapter 885. On the auction stage, Lu Zhongtian removed the black cloth that covered the tray in front of him. Immediately after, the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was a jade box that was a few inches in length and width. When Lu Zhongtian opened the jade box, a blood-red fruit appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The blood-red fruit appeared to be the size of a dragon fruit. Its entire body was suffused with a blood-red color. If one were to take a closer look, there seemed to be blood flowing on its red skin. Under that layer of strange blood-red light, the surface of the fruit was covered with a layer of strange snake-like scales. The scales were diamond-shaped and covered the surface of the fruit layer by layer, making the fruit look rather smooth. From afar, it looked like a bird's egg. At the same time that this fruit was exposed to the air, Xiao Yan, who was in the private room, also saw this bright red fruit through the screen in front of him. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes firmly locked onto this fruit. Within his heart, there was an agitated emotion that could not be suppressed as it surged out. His hands, which were originally lightly placed on the stone armrest, involuntarily tightened their grip. Blue veins popped out, and a terrifying force was released from his fingertips, easily crushing the armrest. Standing up, Xiao Yan stared at the fruit in front of him with a fiery gaze. His face involuntarily revealed a fanatical expression. This is dragon scale fruit. I'm sure there are many people here who know about it. Just when Xiao Yan was feeling excited, Lu Zhongtian, who was in the field, introduced the fruit to the crowd with a face full of smiles. The dragon scale fruit, just like its name, grows in a place where thousands of dragon scales gather. Only by gathering countless dragon scales will there be a certain chance of growing a dragon scale fruit. As soon as these words came out, the crowd was in an uproar. When they looked at the dragon scale fruit, their eyes could not help but surge with astonishment. Some of the people who did not know about the dragon scale fruit were also extremely surprised. Dragon scales were the symbol of the ancient Void Dragon clan, and the ancient Void Dragon clan was a supreme force on the continent. Their strength was even more frightening. Only by gathering countless dragon scales would there be a certain chance of growing a dragon scale fruit. Just from this point alone, the value of the dragon scale fruit was astonishing. To be able to be related to the ancient Void Dragon clan, even if it was just a little bit of it, was enough to make everyone present feel excited. Hee, indeed, the dragon scale fruit is indeed related to the ancient Void Dragon clan. Of course, it is only in certain aspects. As if he saw the fiery thoughts in the hearts of the crowd, this time, Lu Zhongtian did not exaggerate and spoke the truth. The dragon scale fruit is unable to increase a practitioner's cultivation. At the same time, purely based on its nature, it is also unable to heal injuries. At this point, Lu Zhongtian intentionally paused. Most of the people present who did not know much about the dragon scale fruit frowned. It could neither increase a practitioner's cultivation nor heal injuries. Since that was the case, what was the use of keeping it? The true effect of the dragon scale fruit is increasing physical strength. Within the private room, Xiao Yan and Lu Zhongtian spoke at the same time. The former's expression was indifferent, but the latter's expression was filled with fanaticism. That's right, the effect of the dragon scale fruit was to increase the physical strength of the person who consumed it. From a certain point of view, the effect of consuming the dragon scale fruit was not inferior to consuming a transformation pill. It was just that the direction of development of the two were different. Increasing physical strength? These words entered the ears of most of the people present, but it did not cause much of a stir. After all, these people mainly focused on Dou-Qi cultivation. Physical strength was really too weak in their eyes. In a real battle, relying on the strength of Dou-Qi, one's physical strength was unable to effectively unleash one's strength. Auctioning off this dragon scale fruit did not benefit them at all. Of course, not everyone thought so. It was not as if there were no powerhouses who cultivated physical strength. Therefore, in just a short moment, fiery words came out one after another. Not bad, not bad. It is actually the dragon scale fruit. Sir Chairman, quickly announce the price. I can't wait to get it. Recently, I have been unable to break through a bottleneck in one of my physical do techniques. Now, it has actually taken the initiative to deliver itself to me. The old me will definitely get this dragon scale fruit. In the viewing gallery, a few factions spoke one after another. Their eyes contained a fiery expression when they looked at the dragon scale fruit. The dragon scale fruit was the greatest help to these experts who practiced physical strength. With the dragon scale fruit, they would be able to raise their strength by a large amount. This would save them a lot of training time. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, smiled faintly. Although he had already predicted that there would not be many people interested in the dragon scale fruit, the fact that it was so popular had already exceeded his expectations. The starting price of this dragon scale fruit is 200 low-grade spirit stones. Everyone please. Lu Zhongtian wore a smile on his face as he swept his gaze across the entire place. He raised his hand and made a please gesture to everyone present. After which, he did not say anything else and quietly waited for the change in the auction. Initially, the price of 200 low-grade spirit stones had indeed shocked many people present. Although they more or less had some faction standing behind them, this did not mean that they could treat 200 spirit stones as nothing. However, under the enormous temptation of the dragon scale fruit, there was finally someone who could no longer remain silent and made the first bid. With the first bid, there would naturally be a second and third. Hence, not long after, the price of the dragon scale fruit swiftly rose from the initial 200 spirit stones to 500 spirit stones. It even showed signs of continuing to rise. I bid 600 spirit stones. At this moment, a deep voice was suddenly emitted from one of the private rooms in the auction house. Immediately, everyone present couldn't help but look towards the source of the voice. The expressions on the faces of the people from the few factions who were shouting loudly earlier couldn't help but change slightly when they noticed that the voice came from within the private room. If it was an ordinary faction, they naturally would not have any scruples. However, if it was the people in the private rooms, they had no choice but to be careful. Those factions that were able to enter those private rooms were the true top-tier factions in the Western region. Most of them were factions that only President Lu Zhongtian could afford to pay attention to. Therefore, the words that rang out from those private rooms possessed quite a bit of deterrence to these factions. Although they were fortunate enough to enter this auction, they knew in their hearts that the real competition was the Fusang flower at the end. At this moment in the auction house, the only factions who had the ability to bid for the Fusang flower were the people in the private rooms. At most, they could only bid for the first few items. With regards to this, they were very self-aware. In the auction house, as the deep voice from the private room rang out, the group of factions gradually calmed down. As for the other private rooms, although those factions also knew the value of the dragon scale fruit, it was not suitable for them. Hence, no one bid. The appearance of this scene caused Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, to frown slightly. The fact that the people in the box had started to bid now had undoubtedly broken his expectations. At the same time, he was afraid that it would cause a certain amount of difference in the profits of the auction. This was something that he did not expect. However, looking at the current situation, it seemed that no one intended to bid anymore. Could it be that this dragon scale fruit could only be auctioned for 600 spirit stones? This dragon scale fruit is only effective for people who cultivate physical strength. There are very few people who can use it. Since no one else is bidding, I guess there won't be anyone else who will bid. In that case, Lord Lu, please make your decision. In the private room, a deep voice rang out once again. This time, many people in the auction house could only shrug their shoulders helplessly. Indeed, although the dragon scale fruit was expensive, it was only effective for people who cultivated physical strength. Even if an ordinary person consumed it, the effects would be minimal. It was because of this reason that the auction price of the dragon scale fruit was limited. Hence, there were very few people who actually bid for it in the auction house. Sigh. After a long while, Lu Zhongtian could only shake his head helplessly in his heart. He lifted his gaze, intending to judge the outcome of the auction for the dragon scale fruit. However, at this moment in the private room, Xiaoyan, who had been hesitating, finally frowned and asked Lu Zhongtian, "President Lu, may I ask if this dragon scale fruit can be auctioned with other items of equal value?" As Xiaoyan intended to keep the spirit stones for his incarnation to raise its strength, he did not intend to use the spirit stones in his storage ring to auction off the dragon scale fruit. Therefore, he could only turn his gaze to the other valuable things in his storage ring. The words that Xiaoyan suddenly spat out caused everyone present to focus their attention, after which they turned their gazes. This included the people in the other private rooms. All of them turned their gazes toward the private room that Xiaoyan was currently in. At the same time, Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, was also stunned by Xiaoyan's words. Then he smiled and said, "Sir, if you can take out an item worth more than 600 spirit stones, then it can naturally be auctioned for the dragon scale fruit." When he said this, Lu Zhongtian's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyan's private room, and a smile appeared on his face again. Within the private room, Xiaoyan smiled and nodded when he heard these words. He said with a smile, "In that case, I wonder if 10 bottles of icy spirit liquid are worth this price?" Chapter 886. In the auction house, Xiaoyan's words caused everyone present to be momentarily stunned. The words that Xiaoyan had spat out a moment ago repeatedly echoed in their minds. Everyone's hearts were in a state of shock. Although many people on the continent were familiar with the name icy spirit frozen liquid, there were very few people who could actually see or even obtain it. This was because of the environment in which it existed and the frightening energy that the icy spirit frozen liquid contained. That kind of energy was something that even a Daoist would not be able to resist. Of course, to be more specific, the icy spirit frozen liquid did not possess such a frightening energy. The reason for this was because of the icy spirit frozen fountain. The icy spirit frozen fountain was extremely rare on the continent. This caused the value of the icy spirit frozen liquid to become even more precious. Additionally, it had the ability to suppress a heavenly flame, causing the value of the icy spirit frozen liquid to soar. If one were to compare, the value of 10 bottles of icy spirit frozen liquid far exceeded 600 spirit stones. It could even be said that the value of the icy spirit frozen liquid was not something that could be estimated with spirit stones. At this moment, everyone present was shocked by the words that Xiaoyan had spat out. Of course, Xiaoyan himself did not feel much about this. After all, with the icy spirit in his hand, the extremely cold aura that it emitted was able to help Xiaoyan continuously agglomerate the icy spirit frozen liquid. Ever since he left the Shilin mountain range, Xiaoyan already had over 100 bottles of icy spirit frozen liquid in his storage ring. These 10 bottles of icy spirit frozen liquid were nothing to Xiaoyan. On the other side, in a private room, Qin Yun and Yan He, who was seated beside him, had the greatest change in their emotions. Others might not know the origin of this icy spirit frozen liquid, but he could imagine it. His icy spirit frozen liquid, could it be that he obtained it from there? Qin Yun's seated body trembled uncontrollably. The stone chair that he was sitting on had unknowingly been filled with dense cracks. However, under the powerful pressure from the latter's body, it was still squeezed until it maintained its original state. Young master, the icy spirit frost liquid is of great importance. Don't jump to conclusions. Then tell me, where else in the Western domain can produce icy spirit frost liquid? Qin Yun's voice sank as he bellowed sternly. When the latter heard this, his expression immediately changed. He subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to say anything. I have to get to the bottom of this. When the auction is over, not only do I want him dead, I also want the icy spirit frost liquid in his hands. Qin Yun's face revealed an ominous glint as killing intent filled his eyes. His ice-cold gaze stared intently at the jade cup in his hand. The instant he released his grip, the jade cup was covered by a layer of extremely cold ice. When it fell to the ground, it emitted a clear shattering sound before turning into fragments that scattered all over the ground. Yes. Hearing Qin Yun's order, Yan He nodded expressionlessly. He could not help but feel a burst of pity for Xiao Yan in his heart. If one were to talk about it, Xiao Yan and them should have been passers-by who brushed past each other. Unfortunately, Xiao Yan was unlucky enough to be chosen by Qin Yun and become a sharp blade that they displayed to the outside world. On the other hand, their edge was temporarily hidden. All they needed to do was wait for the right time to unsheath it. At that time, Xiao Yan would become the main culprit in all of this while they would successfully complete their original plan. Outside the arena, after a short period of silence, everyone gradually regained their senses. However, their eyes involuntarily fell on the box where Xiao Yan was located. To be able to take out 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid, this was not something that an ordinary faction could take out. However, from the clear voice just now, this person should not be very old. However, the crowd did not know why they had never heard of such a person in the Western region. This Mr. 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid are naturally more precious than 600 spirit stones. However, I wonder if this Mr. can take out the icy spirit frost liquid and let me appraise it? Although Xiao Yan's bid caused Lu Zhongtian's heart to be extremely shocked, he was not a fool. After doing business for so many years, he would not believe that the latter could really take out 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid, just based on a single sentence from the latter without absolute confidence. After all, the icy spirit cold liquid was really too precious. For the benefit of the auction house, he had no choice but to pay more attention. Please forgive me. I am only doing this for the benefit of both of us. As if to prevent Xiao Yan from misunderstanding, Lu Zhongtian hurriedly added another sentence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan, who was in the box, smiled slightly. He could naturally understand Lu Zhongtian's thinking. After all, the item being auctioned was also a valuable dragon scale fruit. If Xiao Yan was unable to take out the icy spirit frost liquid, then the auction house would have no one to compensate for their losses. This method was reasonable. Immediately, Xiao Yan, who was in the box, flicked his finger. The space in front of him suddenly distorted slightly. Under Xiao Yan's control, the 10 jade bottles entered the space and appeared in the auction house outside the box. Although there were many people in the crowd who were tempted by this, they also understood that if they did not want to return empty-handed, they had to dispel the improper thoughts in their hearts. Or else, what Lu Zhongtian had said earlier would become their fate. After Lu Zhongtian held the 10 jade bottles in the empty space in front of him, he carefully opened one of them. Instantly, an extremely powerful icy aura gushed out from within. In the surrounding space, many fine ice shards immediately appeared. In fact, even the auction stage in front of Lu Zhongtian was gradually covered by a thin layer of ice. The terrifying icy power was completely revealed at this moment. Yes. It really is the icy spirit frost liquid. Such a rich icy aura was naturally not something that could be easily imitated by anything. Hence, After sensing the terrifying icy aura within the jade bottle, regardless of whether it was Lu Zhongtian on the auction stage or everyone in the crowd, they were certain that the jade bottle contained the icy spirit frost liquid without a doubt. "Sir, there are indeed 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid." "Wow!" Although Lu Zhongtian had already confirmed this answer in his heart, it still caused quite a number of people in the viewing gallery to be in an uproar when he personally said it. At the same time, Lu Zhongtian also returned the 10 jade bottles in front of him to Xiao Yan without any changes. According to the rules, the auction items would be personally retrieved by the winner after the auction ended. Before that, the auction items and the auction chips would be safeguarded by both parties. "This sir is willing to offer 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid. I wonder if there is anyone here who is willing to offer a higher price?" Lu Zhongtian said with a smile. However, the entire auction hall was silent. 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid. The value of such an item was already inestimable. Even if they had something even more valuable in their hands, they would not be so foolish as to use it to auction off a dragon scale fruit. As for Qin Yun, although the latter really wanted to know if Xiao Yan had any more icy spirit frost liquid, for the sake of his next plan, he still calmed himself down and waited impatiently. After a long while without any results, Lu Zhongtian and Xiao Yan, who was in the private room, revealed a satisfied smile on their faces. Then, Lu Zhongtian made his decision. Chapter 887. The atmosphere in the auction hall was silent for a moment. Soon after, when Lu Zhongtian took out the next auction item, the atmosphere, which had become slightly silent due to the appearance of the dragon scale fruit, was quickly lifted again. Especially after Lu Zhongtian's seemingly enthusiastic introduction, the prices of the auction items rapidly soared. In just a moment, the atmosphere in the auction hall was once again heated up, so much so that it was even more intense than before. In the face of all these changes, Lu Zhongtian's heart was naturally incomparably happy. This was especially the case when he saw the crazy bidding from the open and covert struggles in the auction ground. The smile on his face became even more brilliant. While the auction was ongoing, he would occasionally throw his gaze toward the private room where Xiao Yan was located. After all, Xiao Yan had taken out 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid the moment he made his move. Such an act was the first time in so many years. How could he easily fall behind? Unfortunately, after the auction of the dragon scale fruit, although the atmosphere in the auction hall was extremely heated, the factions in the private rooms did not make any moves. This caused Lu Zhongtian to feel a little regretful in his heart. Of course, not making a move did not mean that these people were truly unmoved by any of the auction items. It was just that they were all waiting. The items that they wanted to auction were the truly high-grade items. Therefore, even if they encountered items that were enough to move them during the auction, these people still forcefully suppressed the throbbing in their hearts and waited patiently. Time quietly flowed by amidst this boring wait. As time passed, the atmosphere in the auction hall became increasingly heated. At this point in time, the auction items that appeared in the auction hall could already be considered high-grade items that were extremely valuable. Even though the auction prices were already astronomical to most people, the shouting of bids still rang out one after another. Under the attraction of the treasures, these people had already sunk into the climax of the auction, unable to extricate themselves. It was as if they would not stop until they had exhausted all their wealth. In the private room, after the auction of the dragon scale fruit, Xiao Yan almost no longer made any moves. Occasionally, he would make a move because he fancied a few more precious medicinal ingredients. Although the price was not cheap, basically no one would raise the price after Xiao Yan made a move. This saved Xiao Yan a lot of trouble. Therefore, when Xiao Yan's storage ring had an additional 5 bot of high-grade medicinal ingredients, he had spent less than 1,000 spirit stones. Logically speaking, this was already considered a huge profit for him. As the dazzling auction items appeared one by one in the auction hall, even Xiao Yan could not help but be tempted. During the process, there were even a few times when he was tempted and almost could not help but make a move. However, in the end, he was suppressed by his own willpower. Originally, Xiao Yan's aim for participating in this auction was merely to obtain the hibiscus flower in the end. However, He did not expect that there would be so many surprises in this auction. It must be said that his trip to Jinyao City this time around was really worth it. At the same time, after witnessing the grandeur of the auction, Xiao Yan could not help but think of the origin returning art in his storage ring. Wasn't that thing obtained at the auction? He did not know if he would be as lucky as last time. If he could find another fragment of the origin returning art, it would undoubtedly be of great benefit to him. However, although Xiao Yan's idea was pretty good, the heavens were always unsatisfactory. Perhaps Xiao Yan was too greedy, so in the end, he did not see anything that resembled the origin returning art. In the end, Xiao Yan could only helplessly sigh in his heart. He also knew that the origin returning art was not something that could be found in a hurry. It had to be considered in the long run. If he had the opportunity, he would naturally be able to obtain it. If not, he could only resign himself to fate. Fortunately, Xiao Yan was not completely clueless about the origin returning art. Wasn't there a fragment of the origin returning art in the Heaven and Ancient Tomb? If he could obtain it, it would be of great help to him. As for the remaining origin returning art, the Yuanwu continent was vast and boundless. How could a fragment of the origin returning art only exist in this western region? After all, this was a powerful qi method that was once renowned. There were countless number of people on the continent who wanted to gather it. In order to find the remaining fragments of the origin returning art, one must leave the western region. Only by broadening one's horizons would one have a greater chance of gathering the origin returning art. Perhaps it is time to leave the western region. Xiao Yan sighed softly in his heart. His fist was slowly clenched tightly. The vision of an expert could not be limited by anything. The western region was merely a stop on his path to becoming a true expert. The continent was very large and there were many places that he had yet to visit. There were also many secrets that he had yet to understand. Only the place where the true experts gathered would be the stage for him to grow. Moreover, Sun Er's whereabouts were currently unknown. The only thing that Xiao Yan was certain of was that this group of things that were neither human nor ghost were definitely members of the Hun clan. Moreover, their aim was likely the same as Hun Tiandi back then. They had come for the two Shi ancient god. Xiao Yan's tightly clenched fist under his sleeves involuntarily tightened when he thought of this. An endless amount of murderous intent crazily gathered deep within his heart. 980 spirit stones. Suddenly, a loud cry was transmitted from the auction stage. Xiao Yan finally recovered. He focused his eyes and looked over. The Ling-class Do technique that had been auctioned earlier had been successfully auctioned off. Moreover, this price was also ridiculously high. However, Xiao Yan felt relieved when he thought about it again. Being an elite Do Di, these people had already practiced qi methods that were compatible with them. The two could be said to have blended together and were inseparable. Hence, it was impossible for an ordinary qi method to catch their eye. Normally speaking, even if someone were to auction a qi method, it was only for the sake of the younger generation. Do techniques, on the other hand, were different. During a fight, the attributes of the Do techniques were different. The strength that was displayed would naturally differ from one another. If one was able to obtain a scroll of a powerful Do technique that was suitable for oneself, its strength would naturally soar by many times when used together with the qi method. This was also the reason why Do techniques were mostly auctioned in high-grade auctions while high-grade qi methods were rarely auctioned. Immediately after the middle-level spirit Do technique was successfully auctioned off by one of the people in the private room, Lu Zhongtian smiled and took out another scroll. Cuckoo, as everyone can see, the next auction item is called Desolation Finger. It is also a scroll of Do technique. Moreover, it is a scroll of high-level spirit Do technique. However, the difference between the scroll and the previous one is that once one is able to master this scroll, the strength of this scroll will be comparable to a low-level spirit Do technique. Moreover, this is under the precondition that it does not exhaust one's spiritual strength. Chapter 888. Comparable to an E-class low-level Do technique. Just this sentence alone was enough to cause everyone present to be shocked. In an instant, even the people from the factions within the few private rooms could not help but be moved. Within the private rooms, numerous human figures suddenly stood up. Their gazes passed through the screen in front of them and stared intently at the ancient scroll that was floating in Lu Zhongtian's hand. A Ling-class Do technique that was comparable to an E-class low-level Do technique. It was likely that as long as the people present were not fools, they would definitely be moved by this kind of powerful Do technique. Immediately, everyone present gathered their gazes onto the auction stage. At this very moment, numerous gazes were like spotlights that stared intently at the scroll in the air above Lu Zhongtian's hand. If they had the ability, they would really wish that they could forcefully snatch it. If this Do technique could only be considered an ordinary Ling-class high-level Do technique, these people would not be so excited. Although a Ling-class Do technique could be considered rare, it did not reach the level where they would go all out to fight for it. However, the label behind it caused everyone present to be moved. Even Qin Yun was no exception to this point. It was not that he did not have an E-class Do technique. However, everyone knew that the use of an E-class Do technique not only required the support of an enormous amount of energy, it also had an extremely great demand on spiritual strength. Normally speaking, unless there was no other choice, no one would easily use an E-class Do technique. This would also reduce one's own fighting strength in an invisible manner. Hence, the appearance of this desolate finger scroll had undoubtedly made up for this enormous gap. The desolate finger was a Ling-class high-level Do technique. In terms of energy consumption, it could not be compared to an E-class Do technique. In terms of spiritual strength requirement, a Ling-class Do technique did not possess it. This was to preserve one's own strength to the greatest extent. When it was fully mastered, it would be comparable to an E-class Do technique. This was the point that caused people to be moved the most. Being able to use a Do technique with great strength while preserving one's own strength to the greatest extent was naturally a good thing that no one was willing to miss. Hence, wave after wave of noises sounded one after another in this enormous auction ground. The noisy roars charged to the sky, causing it to appear as though the entire auction ground was trembling slightly. Within the private room, Xiao Yan was completely isolated from the noise of the outside world. However, his gaze was similarly fiery hot as he stared at the scroll of Do technique. This time around, he would not be willing to miss it. Cuckoo, everyone, please don't be anxious. Due to the request of the owner of this Do technique, the value of this Do technique will not be calculated using spirit stones. Instead, everyone will take out a scroll of a water-type Do technique and use it as an exchange to take this scroll of the desolate finger. Of course, whoever takes out the highest level Do technique will naturally own the desolate finger. Therefore now, please. Lu Zhongtian smiled faintly. His gaze calmly swept across the entire auction hall. In particular, when he swept his gaze across the private rooms, an unconcealable radiance appeared in his eyes. He believed that this time, it was their turn to make a move. This old man is willing to offer a high-level water attribute Do technique. On the spectator stand, an old man was the first to stand up. At the same time, he threw a scroll at Lu Zhongtian. In the blink of an eye, the latter received the scroll in his hand. After a simple inspection, he frowned slightly. After which, he apologized to the old man and returned the Do technique. Everyone should be aware of the value of this scroll of the desolate finger. Therefore, just a scroll of a water-type Ling-class Do technique is unable to exchange for the desolate finger. I hope that everyone will carefully consider when bidding. Hearing Lu Zhongtian's words, quite a number of people present frowned slightly. Soon after, someone made a bid. At the same time, he took out 2 scrolls of a high-level Ling-class Do technique from his storage ring and delivered them to Lu Zhongtian. I offer 3 scrolls. For scrolls. At this moment, the number of water-type Do techniques was like counting ducks. On the auction stage, Lu Zhongtian's face was filled with smiles. Among the people present, it was naturally not easy for them to take out so many Do skills by themselves. Most of them had borrowed the strength of their clans or sects in order to barely be able to fight. Unfortunately, they were still unable to snatch the desolate finger in their hands. Just as the people present were competing, Xiao Yan also called out his chips. A total of 8 high-level Ling-class Do techniques. This was already all of his wealth. Unfortunately, It was ultimately suppressed by the number of 10 high-level Ling-class Dou techniques from another private room. Helpless, Xiao Yan could only withdraw. Since he was unable to obtain it, he could only place his target on the Fusang flower. The final bidder was Qin Yun. He took out a total of 15 water-type Dou techniques. However, only 5 of them had reached the high-level Ling class. However, such a number was already sufficient for him to crush everyone present. Cuckoo, this mister has taken out 15 water-type Ling class Dou techniques. I wonder if there is anyone present who has a higher value than this? Lu Zhongtian was grinning from ear to ear. 15 scrolls of water-type Ling rank Dou techniques. This was a huge fortune. Just based on this, their auction house would be able to earn a huge profit. Regardless of whether there were more after this, their auction house had already made a huge profit. 15 Ling class Dou techniques? Who among those present can take them out? Within the private room, Qin Yun laughed coldly. Indeed, logically speaking, with the advantage of numbers, this desolate finger scroll should have landed in his hands. Unfortunately, at this moment, Shua. A ray of light suddenly shot out from one of the private rooms. It was like a shooting star as it shot toward Lu Zhongtian. The owner of the private room was the one whose dragon scale fruit had been snatched away by Xiao Yan earlier. The latter first frowned slightly as he faced the ray of light that shot over, after which he easily caught it in his hand. What caused him to be slightly surprised was that this was merely a scroll. However, just as Lu Zhongtian opened this scroll, the expression on his face gradually froze. A moment later, it was once again filled with a rich surprise. At this very moment, the scroll that landed in his hand was actually a low-level E-class water-type Dou technique. It was also because of this that this desolate finger scroll unsurprisingly landed in the hands of the strong person in this private room. The auction continued. Climax after climax, surprise after surprise unceasingly appeared. Time also swiftly flowed by in this continuous auction. Unknowingly, a week had already passed since the start of the auction. It was only on the evening of the 7th day that Lu Zhongtian gradually withdrew the smile on his face. The auction stage that was floating in front of him slowly rotated. Numerous golden pictures appeared on it. Those lines were some kind of formation. Under Lu Zhongtian's control, the formation was released as he wished. It swiftly agglomerated into a golden barrier that completely covered the auction stage that he was standing on. For the sake of safety, even though Lu Zhongtian's strength was great, he still needed to be fully prepared. The matter of the Fusang flower was extremely important. Even he needed to treat it seriously. After the formation was released, Lu Zhongtian extended a finger and gently flicked the storage ring on his finger. Immediately, a square crystal box the size of a basketball appeared in Lu Zhongtian's hand. Within the crystal box, there was a palm-sized snow-white flower that slowly stood. Fusang flower. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 889. Fusang flower. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at the snow-white flower stored in the crystal box. Within the private room, Xiao Yan could not help but mutter softly. At the same time, everyone in the auction house, including the factions in the private rooms, were also staring at the snow-white Fusang flower at this moment. Deep excitement surged in their eyes. Xiao Yan inhaled a deep breath of air and gradually suppressed the fiery hot emotion in his heart. Between his eyebrows, a majestic spiritual strength involuntarily surged out and moved toward the crystal box in the auction ground. However, just as Xiao Yan's spiritual strength neared the auction stage, a strong resistance directly reflected his spiritual strength back. How vigilant! Helplessly withdrawing his spiritual strength, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice with a slightly surprised tone. Almost at the same time, in the other private rooms, the same scene was happening. It's actually another formation. In the private room, Qin Yun frowned as he felt his spiritual strength being rebounded back. A cold expression surfaced on his face, but in the end he unwillingly snorted and withdrew his spiritual strength. Esteemed guests, this is the last highlight of our Jinyao City's auction. Of course, I believe that it is also the purpose of most of you coming here. It is. Lu Zhongtian stared at the snow-white, spotless six-petal flower within the crystal box in front of him. A fiery expression involuntarily flashed deep within his eyes. However, it was quickly suppressed by him. Immediately, he raised his head slightly. His gaze swept over everyone present as he spoke in a deep voice, one word at a time. Fusang flower. The low and deep voice was like a heavy bomb that directly set off a huge commotion in the auction house. The uproar rose one after another, as if the roof of the auction house was about to be blown off. Immediately, numerous greedy and fiery gazes shot over like sharp swords. Among them were the people from the various factions in the private rooms. Even though they already had some understanding of the item in the crystal box through the white rings in their hands, seeing it with their own eyes and hearing it from Lu Zhongtian's mouth caused them to be even more shocked. Sensing the sudden chaos and commotion in the auction house, Lu Zhongtian stood at the center of the stage. With a thought, a majestic aura and pressure suddenly surged out from his body. It was like a tsunami that wildly wreaked havoc in the large auction house. At the same time, Lu Zhongtian narrowed his eyes. His sharp and domineering gaze swept across the auction house once again. As his gaze swept past, the chaotic hall rapidly calmed down as if ice had been added to boiling water. Faced with the pressure of a half-step origin transformation expert, there was no one present who could easily ignore it. In other words, there was not a single faction that dared to underestimate him. Everyone, please follow the rules of my auction house. If anyone is interested in the Fusang flower, you can call out a price. There is no need to test it, or else, Lu Zhongtian indifferently said. His sharp gaze swept past the private rooms with more obscure presences. After which, he waved his hand and coldly cried out. Now, the auction of the Fusang flower begins. However, the auction house strangely fell into silence after Lu Zhongtian's words. Countless gazes were directed at Lu Zhongtian, who was currently standing in the middle of the auction stage. Their gazes were somewhat strange. But, noticing those gazes, Lu Zhongtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Immediately after, he came back to his senses, coughed awkwardly, and said with a chuckle, "I'm sorry." Sorry. That was my mistake." Everyone in the viewing platform looked at each other as flames gradually surged from the depths of their eyes. Due to the Fusang flower being too valuable, the requirements for this auction are rather strict. At the same time, the auction method will be different as well. The original owner of the Fusang flower has requested that the auction method is to exchange items. I know that the items in everyone's hands are extremely valuable, but if you truly want to obtain the Fusang flower, it will depend on the will of the original owner. As long as any one of you can take out an item that can move the original owner, the Fusang flower will belong to that person. Lu Zhongtian smiled faintly. However, he felt a little helpless in his heart. If this was not the case, it was likely that he would have used the foundation of the auction house to obtain this hibiscus flower. Unfortunately, even after using everything in his auction house, he was unable to move the original owner of this hibiscus flower. Therefore, he had no choice but to take it out for auction. In order to ensure the safety of this auction, the auctioneers will each enter a stone room. The owner of the auction item will meet everyone alone. As long as the owner is satisfied, the Fusang flower will immediately fall into his hands. The auction will be considered complete and you can leave the auction house on the spot. As Lu Zhongtian's words fell, the sound of gears turning immediately resounded in the auction house. Many of the spectator seats split apart and hid in the darkness. Immediately, a pitch-black stone door appeared on the spot. Beside the stone door, there were circular corridors that surrounded the entire auction house. This scene was no different from what Xiao Yan had seen 2 months ago. As for Xiao Yan's side, the wall on one side of the room was slowly pulled open at this moment and a stone door also appeared. Everyone, time is precious. Only one person from each faction can participate. Once there are too many people, it may cause the auction to be interrupted. Therefore, I hope that everyone can grasp this opportunity. Now, please enter the stone room and prepare for the auction. Looking at the stone door in front of him, Xiao Yan could not help but frown slightly. He was a little hesitant. Originally, he thought that since he had successfully refined the Spirit Awakening pill, he should have a 50% chance of competing for the Fusang flower. However, from the looks of it, the situation was very different. Even if he had a level 4 medicinal pill in his hand, it was still not easy to obtain the Fusang flower. There were 500 different factions present. In other words, there were at least 500 people participating in the auction. However, the person who could truly obtain the Fusang flower was only one of these 500 people. The probability was so small that it was difficult to estimate. At the same time, on Qin Yun's side, he was also frowning. In this way, no one could be certain just whose hands the hibiscus flower would end up in. This was especially the case for Xiao Yan. Once Xiao Yan left his sight, it was likely that it would affect his future plans. No matter what, he needed to first intercept Xiao Yan outside the auction ground before he left. Yan He, go outside the auction house and keep an eye on him. Once he comes out before me, call him to the reserved place. Before I come out, you must stabilize him. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Yan He nodded his head heavily. His body twisted slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the room. Fusang flower, icy spirit cold liquid, and I want all of them. After Yan He left, Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. Under his sleeves, his palms slowly clenched together. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 890. A black-robed human figure stood quietly in the dimly lit stone room. From the looks of it, it was Xiao Yan. The stone room was not large. The square space could only accommodate over 10 people. The walls on all 4 sides were bare. There was only a stone table in the middle of the stone room. There were 2 stone chairs on both sides of the stone table. Xiao Yan's gaze observed the stone room. For safety's sake, he released his spiritual strength and filled the entire stone room. This included the 4 walls. Everything was carefully probed by Xiao Yan's spiritual strength. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly, the wall in front of Xiao Yan shook violently. At the same time, it emitted a crack-crack sound that sounded like gears turning. A stone door suddenly appeared on the flat wall. Soon after, it slowly opened. The person standing behind the door was a female servant. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little surprised in his heart. Everyone, the stone room that you are currently in is the place where you will be exchanging your items. Since our auction house will not be handling the auction this time around, I will first warn everyone here. Our auction house will not interfere with the process and result of your exchange. Therefore, the choice is in everyone's hands. If you regret it at that time, you cannot blame our auction house. I hope that everyone can understand this point. It was also at this moment that Lu Zhongtian's voice that was filled with warning was suddenly transmitted from outside the stone room. Upon hearing these words, other than a small number of factions, most people snorted disdainfully in their hearts. Their stomachs were filled with cold laughter. What a joke! The item to be exchanged was the Fusang flower. These people could not be more happy if they were able to obtain it. How could there be something like going back on their words unless that person was extremely stupid? As for those people from the large factions, they could not help but frown slightly after hearing Lu Zhongtian's words. In this way, they would lose their most beneficial protection during the process of exchanging the Fusang flower. If the auction house did not interfere in this matter, regardless of whether the Fusang flower they obtained was real or fake, it would have nothing to do with the latter. They could only suffer in silence, unable to voice out their bitterness. If you dare to trick this young master, I will definitely shatter your bones. A trace of killing intent rose in his heart. At the same time, the dou qi within the vortex in his body was also swiftly raised at this moment. At the same time, in the other stone chambers, almost the same scene was playing out. After which, the door to the stone room once again closed. The next time it opened, it would be when their exchange process was completed. Within the stone room, Xiao Yan watched the stone door completely close after emitting a heavy collision sound. His heart repeatedly pondered the words that Lu Zhongtian had said earlier. Lu Zhongtian's words as words. It seemed that he was intentionally avoiding something. It was. Am I really thinking too much? Xiao Yan softly muttered in his heart. However, he helplessly shook his head. Things had yet to reach that stage. It was pointless for him to overthink things. It was better to wait quietly for a moment and wait until he met with the original owner of the mysterious hibiscus flower. Ka ka ka. Suddenly, the opposite wall once again emitted a ka 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 sound. In the stone room, the indifferent Qin Yun raised his gaze and looked toward the stone door. Soon after, a human figure covered in a large black robe slowly stepped into the stone room. As the human figure stepped in, a strange fragrance immediately pounced toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun could not resist blinking his eyes. Immediately, his expression swiftly recovered its indifference. The dou qi in his body was quietly raised. His gaze stared intently at the person in front of him as though he was waiting for something. It was also at this moment that the black-robed human figure extended a shriveled hand from under his sleeve. The instant he raised his hand, a crystal box appeared in the black-robed human figure's palm. Looking at the crystal box, a six-petaled flower was standing leisurely. It was the Fusang flower. Fusang flower. Qin Yun's body trembled slightly. Seeing the Fusang flower at such a close distance had already caused him to be unable to control the emotions in his heart. The dou qi in his body suddenly rose. A terrifying cold air was immediately emitted from Qin Yun's body. The temperature within the stone room also suddenly dropped. Seeing this, the corner of the human figure's mouth involuntarily lifted into a cold smile. "Mister, your cold air is too strong. Be careful not to freeze my flower." A strange laugh that caused one's hair to stand was emitted from under the black robe. Hearing these words, Qin Yun's expression involuntarily changed. He clenched his teeth and forcefully suppressed the turbulent dou qi in his body. "Speak. What do you want? As long as you hand the Fusang flower to me, you can choose whatever you want from the things here." Qin Yun waved his hand and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed. A few scrolls and jade bottles immediately appeared on the stone table in front of Qin Yun. These things were the collection within his storage ring. Usually, even he took great care of them. However, for the sake of the Fusang flower, he had no choice but to pay the price. Seeing the few things in front of him, a pair of tiny eyes under the black robe immediately shot out a greedy glint. A bright red tongue gently licked his lips. The human figure hurriedly said in a somewhat impatient manner, "How about this? I will hand the Fusang flower to you now. I want all of these things." A strange laugh was emitted. The human figure extended a pair of shriveled hands and hugged all the things in front of him. "Wait, these things, I'll give them to you." At this moment, the human figure appeared to be impatient as he threw the crystal box in his hand to Qin Yun. Seeing this, Qin Yun did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly hugged it into his embrace and could not be bothered with the latter as he impatiently began to inspect it. The instant the crystal box entered Qin Yun's embrace, a thick, strange fragrance suddenly attacked him. The fragrance assailed his nostrils, causing Qin Yun to involuntarily take a deep breath. His mood immediately became much better. However, what followed was an endless heat. "The Fusang flower. I have finally obtained it. Ha ha." Qin Yun's eyes involuntarily turned bright red. The smile on his face was crazy. All of this was seen by the black-robed person. The appearance that the latter revealed caused him to be surprised. However, it quickly turned into a cold laugh. The black-robed person kept the things on the table and hurriedly left the stone room. He mocked in his heart before quickly entering another stone room. The same scene repeated itself. When the human figure extended his hand from under the black robe, a crystal box appeared. Chapter 891. Time flowed by. Within the quiet stone room, Xiaoyan sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The flame art qi method within his body was slowly circulating. Threads of energy gradually surged out from the surrounding air. Following the breathing from Xiaoyan's nose, they flowed into the latter's body. After being refined by the heavenly flame, they were finally absorbed into the vortex space and became a part of Xiaoyan's body. Following this slow training of Xiaoyan, 2 hours had passed without him noticing. Only at a certain moment did the stone door in front of Xiaoyan begin to move amidst a series of ka sounds. Ka ka ka. Following the appearance of the sound, Xiaoyan, who was training with his eyes closed, immediately withdrew his mind. At the same time, the dou qi within his body rose. A fire gathered deep within his eyes as his gaze looked directly at the stone door opposite him. Soon after, a human figure, whose entire body was covered by a black robe, quickly stepped into the stone room. Following the entrance of the human figure, a rich, strange fragrance also followed and poured in at this moment just like before. It was like a flow of wind that pounced toward Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. A fire danced deep within his eyes. His gaze was like an invisible arrow that broke the strange fragrance that was heading toward him without him noticing. At the same time, a chill also surged into Xiao Yan's heart. With regards to all of this, the black-robed person was completely unaware. Just like before, he took out a crystal box from under his large black robe. Within it was a flower that stood leisurely. However, in Xiao Yan's eyes at this moment, this flower was not snow white in color. Instead, it was scarlet red. At the same time, waves of scarlet fog spread out from within the crystal box. In the blink of an eye, it had already filled the entire stone room. Nightmare flower. So this is how it is. Seeing this scarlet flower in front of him, Xiao Yan's heart became increasingly cold. However, his face was indifferent. This calm manner caused the black-robed person to feel a surprise in his heart. From before until now, he had already entered over a dozen stone rooms. The eyes of those people were filled with a fanatical expression when they looked at the fusang flower. In the face of his gift, those people did not hesitate to use the chips in their hands to exchange for it. Some of them would even raise the price for themselves. However, they did not know that in the eyes of this black-robed person, they were just like stupid pigs. The nightmare flower was one of the few unique flowers on the continent that could create illusions. Usually, they would emit the unique fragrance that they possessed and agglomerate into a fog around their bodies. The fragrance was incomparably unique. Any living creature that inhaled it would create illusions and transform into various powerful magical beasts to protect themselves. The strength of the illusionary effect of this kind of nightmare flower was completely determined by the age of its existence. For example, the flower in front of Xiao Yan at this moment, which could be used to hallucinate a Dodi, was likely over 1,000 years old. Moreover, looking at the appearance of this fellow in front of him, it was likely that he had used this move quite a number of times. If it was not because Xiao Yan possessed the heavenly flame that allowed him to easily break through the fog, it was likely that even he would have carelessly fallen for it. Although the illusionary effect of the nightmare flower was frightening, at the same time, the nightmare flower was also an extremely valuable medicinal ingredient. Many high-tier medicinal pills would use the nightmare flower. However, Xiao Yan did not expect that this fellow would actually waste a natural treasure in such a reckless manner. He had actually used such a precious item to deceive others. This was really intolerable. Cuckoo, this little brother, the fusang flower is here. Why, are you not planning to exchange it with me? Although the young man in front of him caused the black-robed person to feel surprised in his heart, he firmly believed that his nightmare flower would be effective in front of any expert below an 8-star Dodi. Hence, he was not worried at all. After all, no matter how strong this young brat in front of him was, how could he reach the level of an 8-star Dodi? Indeed, Xiao Yan's cultivation was not comparable to an 8-star Dodi. However, his body possessed the most frightening destructive strength in the world, the heavenly flame. In front of the heavenly flame, what waves could a mere nightmare flower stir? Xiao Yan raised his eyes when he heard the words of the black-robed person. Both of his eyes looked directly at the black-robed person in front of him. At the same time, the corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile as he said, "Advanced 7-star Dodi. You actually dare to go around deceiving others with this kind of strength. I don't know if I should say that your courage is commendable or that you are extremely foolish. What do you mean by this?" The heart of the black-robed person was suddenly startled. Could it be that this black-robed young man in front of him was actually an old demon that had not appeared in the world? Cuckoo, since you have not come to your senses, I shall personally take it. Xiao Yan laughed coldly. His seated body suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he appeared in front of the black-robed person. His white hand grabbed at the head of the black-robed person. In front of Xiao Yan's powerful spiritual strength, this black robe was completely useless. What are you planning to do?" This is the Fusang flower. Fool. Do you think that you can deceive everyone just because you can deceive a portion of the people? Nightmare flower, it will be fine if you hand over the Fusang flower today. Otherwise, you will definitely be defeated here. The instant the cold cry from Xiao Yan's mouth sounded, the large black robe on the body of the black-robed person instantly burst apart, revealing a shifty-eyed skinny old man. At this moment, a deep horror surged onto the latter's face. His body pulled back explosively in an attempt to pull some distance away from Xiao Yan. Unfortunately, how could he dodge Xiao Yan's attack within this narrow space? You are an 8-star Daoist? The old man involuntarily exclaimed. At the same time, Xiao Yan's palm landed in front of the old man's chest. Although the latter tried his best to block, he was also forced back in a miserable manner. After which, he heavily collided with the wall behind him. The old man involuntarily felt a shock in his heart when he sensed the strength contained in Xiao Yan's palm. He immediately raised his head, looked at the black-robed young man in front of him, and involuntarily exclaimed, 6-star Daoist? When did I say that I am an 8-star Daoist? Xiao Yan merely laughed coldly in the face of this. His body moved and once again attacked. Damn brat. You actually dare to scare the old me. A mere 6-star Daoist actually dares to show off in front of the old me. You are really seeking death. It was no wonder that the skinny old man would mistake Xiao Yan for a 6-star Daoist. This was because Xiao Yan's overall strength was not weaker than an ordinary 6-star Daoist. Every aspect of his body was comparable to a genuine 6-star Daoist. Hence, this caused the skinny old man to mistake the person in front of him for a 6-star Daoist the moment they touched. It was unknown just what kind of interesting expression would be revealed on his face if he was aware of Xiao Yan's true cultivation. Chapter 892. Xiao Yan's hands were clenched into fists within the narrow stone room. A frightening force swiftly agglomerated in his palms. Although he had yet to truly use his Dou Qi, this powerful physical strength was enough to cause the space around Xiao Yan to emit waves of vibrating sounds. The skinny old man in front of him was completely unaware of this at this moment. He, who was completely furious, only felt that it was an insult that he, a 7-star Daoist, was being played by a 6-star Daoist. Brat, although I don't know how you are able to see through my nightmare flower, you cannot blame the old me since you have delivered yourself to me. The skinny old man coldly laughed. His face was ferocious. His shriveled hand was bent into a claw. Sharp Dou Qi immediately climbed to the tip of his finger, agglomerating into numerous sharp claws that viciously tore at Xiao Yan like a hot knife through butter. Xiao Yan was completely fearless in the face of the old man's attack. A thought passed through his mind and the force elephant skill was unleashed. He raised both of his fists and met the old man's sharp claws head-on. Clang, 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 clang. Beautiful sparks immediately shot in all directions when the two collided. Xiao Yan frowned slightly. Immediately, a cold smile appeared on his face. A great shock surged into the old man's heart at this moment. This brat, what frightening physical strength. No wonder he dares to attack me. He actually does have some skill. However, if this is all you have, you should get lost. The skinny old man coldly laughed at Xiao Yan in his heart. Soon after, his shriveled body bent. He extended 2 sharp claws and waved them in front of him like weapons. His legs repeatedly jumped on the ground and his entire body dodged back and forth like a spring. Chi! The sound of rushing wind was transmitted over. One of the old man's claws was aimed at Xiao Yan's neck. From the looks of it, it seemed that he wanted to forcefully tear the latter into 2. However, under the cover of Xiao Yan's powerful spiritual strength, the old man's hand finally narrowly brushed past Xiao Yan's ear, carrying a wave of piercing wind sound. Huh! Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually dodged his attack, the skinny old man could not help but feel astonished in his heart. Soon after, he raised both of his hands and once again attacked Xiao Yan with an even more ferocious attack. The chaotic claw shadows were like ghosts as they danced in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Almost every attack was aimed at Xiao Yan's vital points. This old man did not seem to have the slightest intention of playing around. He wanted to end the fight in the shortest amount of time. He could not allow the person in front of him to ruin his plan. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, each time the skinny old man attacked, each time his sharp hand claw was about to land on Xiaoyan's body, the latter's body would twist strangely. A careless action would actually easily break the old man's ghost-like hand claw. Damn it, I have underestimated this fellow. Sensing this point, the skinny old man's heart immediately tightened. He knew that he could not continue to drag this out. Once this dragged on for too long, it would be a destructive blow to him. Currently, he could no longer continue to stay in the auction ground. Once he exited this stone door, he needed to make the best use of his time to leave this place. If the person in front of him had not appeared, he might have really been able to earn a large sum of money. Unfortunately, they were clearly in a narrow space that could only accommodate over 10 people. However, the skinny old man's attack did not even touch Xiaoyan's clothes. This involuntarily caused one to feel astonished. At the same time, a deep seriousness gradually surged into the skinny old man's heart. Even with his strength of an advanced 7-star Do-D, he was actually unable to touch the clothes of this black-robed young man under such an attack. At this moment, regardless of how stubborn he was, he would eventually understand in his heart that this black-robed young man in front of him was not someone to be trifled with. He might have really kicked a metal plate this time around. Damn it! I cannot drag this out any longer. I must leave now. The old man thought unwillingly in his heart. Soon after, the skinny old man's body suddenly shook. Surging Do-Chi immediately surged out. The powerful Do-Chi wave violently collided with the surrounding walls. Xiaoyan's body was also forced back by 2 steps. Soon after, just as Xiaoyan raised his head, the skinny old man suddenly turned around. He was about to open the stone door behind him and leave the stone room. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? Seeing that the skinny old man was about to escape, a cold smile surfaced on Xiaoyan's face. A thought passed through his mind and his body immediately appeared behind the old man. At the same time, his hand was already placed on the latter's shoulder. Just as the old man was about to open the stone door, Xiaoyan pulled him aside. Almost at the same time, Xiaoyan raised his right leg. It carried a powerful force and easily caused the space to collapse. After which, his leg heavily smashed into the old man's abdomen. Bang! Even with the Do-Chi blocking, under Xiaoyan's powerful attack, the Do-Chi that had just surged out from the old man's body was instantly shattered before it could condense. The skinny old man's body heavily crashed into the wall behind him. His old face instantly swelled red. Soon after, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Who exactly are you? Xiaoyan. Without hiding anything, Xiaoyan said with a cold expression. However, just as the skinny old man heard the name that Xiaoyan said, his old face instantly became terrified. A few months ago, he had heard of this name in the Shilin region. This name was a name that shook the 4 major sects. At this moment, the old man finally understood in his heart why this seemingly ordinary young man in front of him had such terrifying strength. It turned out that he had transformed into the young man whose name shook the entire Shilin region. Xiaoyan, you are Xiaoyan. The old man was extremely terrified. The trace of resistance that originally existed in the bottom of his heart instantly vanished. What a joke! Even 4 8-star Do Emperors could not do anything to him. What could he, a 7-star Do Emperor, do? Moreover, the person in front of him had a terrifying battle record of killing a Do Emperor with the strength of a half-emperor. Now that his strength had increased by another level, his fighting strength had probably become even more terrifying. You recognize me? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes. He could not help but feel a little astonished. Who in the Shilin region does not know of Sir Xiaoyan's name? Today, I failed to recognize you and have offended Sir Xiaoyan. I do not dare to ask for you to leave unscathed, but I beg you to spare my life. The skinny old man was filled with fear as he prostrated himself. The battle intent in his heart had completely disappeared. Hand over the Fusang flower and I can spare your life. Xiaoyan coldly said. The skinny old man could only mourn bitterly in his heart when he heard Xiaoyan's words. However, he did not dare to stop moving. He hurriedly removed a storage ring from his finger. The items that he had obtained from the various factions were all stored within it. At the same time, it also stored the Fusang flower. At this moment, this skinny old man did not dare to be greedy for his own life. He could only hand over all the items and hope that the person in front of him would let him off. Xiao Yan swiftly checked the storage ring after receiving it from the skinny old man. After confirming that there was no mistake with the Fusang flower, he coldly nodded and spoke sternly. I can spare your life. However, you are not allowed to leave this stone room for the next 2 hours. Otherwise, Sir Xiao Yan, you can be rest assured that I will definitely not leave this stone room for the next 2 hours. The skinny old man hurriedly cupped his hands toward Xiao Yan when he heard Xiao Yan's words. The latter's heart moved and an avatar was left behind. After which, he swiftly opened the stone door and left the stone room. Chapter 893. By the time Xiao Yan exited the stone room, the female servant standing at the entrance had already brought the items that he had auctioned to this place. Due to Lu Zhongtian being in the auction ground, they were not worried that these things would be snatched away. Of course, in addition to this, it was also because the items they bought were placed in a special formation. If they wanted to take the items out, they had to leave their chips behind. 1 item for 1 item, this was a rule that these auctioneers reluctantly followed. After taking back the things that he had obtained from the auction, Xiao Yan carefully inspected them. After confirming that there were no mistakes in any of the items, he quickly walked out of the auction house. After experiencing the matter with the old man earlier, Xiao Yan appeared to have begun to doubt everything that he saw in front of him. Unless these things were still able to remain intact under the influence of his spiritual strength and the heavenly flame, only then would it cause the latter to believe in his heart. After getting the Fusang flower, Xiao Yan should leave Jinyao City and set off in the direction of Tianjue Ancient Tomb again. Now that he got the Fusang flower, there was naturally no need to stay in Jinyao City any longer. If he delayed for too long, it would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yan. On one hand, it was to hurry, and on the other hand, it was to avoid trouble. Therefore, Xiao Yan had to choose to leave here as soon as possible. Soon, Xiao Yan came out of the main entrance of the auction house. Although there were many people on the street outside the auction house, no one paid attention to this place. It had been a week since the start of the auction, and the enthusiasm in everyone's hearts had gradually calmed down. With most people leaving, the flow of people in Jinyao City had obviously become much sparser, which was not necessarily a bad thing. Looking up at the sky, the huge golden light shield was still enveloping the entire city. After seeing the power of this formation last time, Xiao Yan was a little interested in it. Although he had not seen it with his own eyes back then, he had clearly sensed that this formation had blocked the first pill lightning for a couple of breaths before it slowly scattered. In other words, the reason the formation had scattered was not because of the pill lightning. Instead, someone had purposely removed the formation. Their aim was to destroy Xiao Yan's medicinal pill under the pill lightning. Unfortunately, they had underestimated the North King. However, even so, Xiao Yan had truly witnessed the might of the array formation. Xiao Yan even suspected in his heart that if the formation was completely opened, it would likely be able to completely block the pill lightning from the last time. Of course, this was merely a guess in Xiao Yan's heart until now. He did not have any evidence to back it up. Even so, it was enough to prove how terrifying this formation was. Just as Xiao Yan's front foot stepped out of the main door of the auction house, 2 human figures were standing at a high spot in a certain pavilion outside of the auction house. 2 pairs of eyes were firmly fixed on Xiao Yan's body the moment Xiao Yan's figure appeared within their sight. Feeling the 2 gazes, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown. Without thinking, he immediately guessed the identity of the 2 people. Xiao Yan looked over. Sure enough, 2 figures, one black and one white, appeared in his line of sight. It was Qin Yun and Yan He. Their gazes met for a moment, and then, the 2 figures quickly flew towards Xiao Yan with smiles on their faces. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the latter. Hee, I wonder if Brother Xiao Yan has succeeded in the exchange? The moment he arrived in front of him, Qin Yun teased him as if he already knew the answer. Seeing the smile on the latter's face that did not seem to be fake, Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows in doubt. Then, his bright eyes turned and he immediately understood. From the looks of it, the person in front of him should have successfully exchanged for the hibiscus flower. Thinking of this, Xiaoyan couldn't help but sneer in his heart. However, he shrugged helplessly on the surface, revealing a look of disappointment, causing the person in front of him to feel even happier. Haha, it's fine. If I can't obtain it, so be it. It is merely a worldly possession. There is no need to think too much about it. However, although little brother Xiaoyan did not obtain the hibiscus flower, I have another thing here. I wonder if little brother Xiaoyan is interested to know about it. As he said that, an obscure light flashed in the depths of Qin Yun's eyes. Oh, I wonder what it is. Can you let me take a look? Xiaoyan raised his eyebrows, but in his heart, he was curious as to what the fellow in front of him was up to. Haha, brother Xiaoyan is really anxious, but I don't have that thing with me. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Where is it? Xiaoyan revealed a puzzled expression as he asked hesitantly. His original plan was to immediately leave Jinyao City after leaving the auction house, but from the looks of it, Qin Yun did not seem to want to give him this chance. At the same time, Xiaoyan was also curious as to what this fellow wanted to do to him, so he was not in a hurry to leave. It's not far, we'll be there soon. Qin Yun turned around and pointed the way as he led Xiaoyan and flew in the predetermined direction. By the way, not long ago, I saw someone offer 10 bottles of icy spirit cold liquid at the auction house. Although I didn't see the face, from the voice, it should be brother Xiaoyan, right? Even though he was well aware of the situation, Qin Yun still pretended to ask. Xiaoyan's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled non-committally. Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that my cultivation method happens to be of the ice attribute, so if I can get a few bottles of icy spirit cold liquid, it will undoubtedly be of great benefit to my cultivation. So, brother Xiaoyan, I'm sorry, I only obtained those 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid by chance. After the previous auction, all 10 bottles of icy spirit frost liquid were used as chips. So, I'm sorry, but I can't help you. Without waiting for Qin Yun to finish speaking, Xiaoyan said indifferently with a smile on his face. Hearing this, the latter's eyes narrowed slightly, and a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Then it was perfectly concealed. Immediately, a smile appeared on his face, and he said, "Since that is the case, I can only blame my bad luck. However, I believe that the thing that I am going to let brother Xiaoyan see next will definitely give you a great shock." Qin Yun's face was full of smiles, and his gaze intertwined with Yan He's for a moment. The latter's heart trembled slightly, and then his figure gradually slowed down. Unknowingly, he had fallen behind Xiaoyan. In his current position, if Xiaoyan wanted to escape, he could stop him at any time. Sensing this, the smile on Xiaoyan's face did not change, but his heart was ice-cold. Chapter 894. A short while later, Xiaoyan arrived in the sky above the square in the middle of Jinyao City under Qin Yun's lead. At a glance, the flow of people in this square was no longer the same as it was a week ago. At this moment, there was a huge black stone pillar in the middle of the square that appeared even more conspicuous in the eyes of many. At this moment, Qin Yun's group was standing directly above the stone pillar. Perhaps it was because of the auction, but the few of them did not see anyone from the Formation Master Association in this square. This caused the smile on the corner of Qin Yun's mouth to widen. Xiaoyan involuntarily frowned when he saw Qin Yun stop. His gaze looked all around him and immediately noticed a dark black stone pillar that was covered with talismans directly below where they were at this moment. "Brother Qin Yun, this place is..." Xiaoyan frowned tightly. His expression was somewhat gloomy. Brother Xiaoyan, this is the thing that I was talking about." Qin Yun's face revealed an inexplicable strange smile. He extended his hand and pointed at the black stone pillar directly below the three of them. "This does not seem to be something that belongs to you." Xiaoyan's expression sank. His eyes narrowed as he faintly sensed that the situation was not good. "Yes, this ancient city protecting formation is indeed not something that belongs to me. However, I still wish to give this big gift to brother Xiaoyan." At this moment, Qin Yun did not bother concealing it. The smile on his face became increasingly ferocious and a sharp killing intent surged in his eyes. At the same time, Yan He, who was behind Xiao Yan, also trembled slightly. Majestic Dou Qi immediately surged out from within his body. "What exactly are you planning to do?" Xiao Yan's expression was gloomy. The Dou Qi in his body had already been circulated. He glanced at Yan He behind him from the corner of his eyes. After which, he suddenly turned around and locked onto Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun's strength was that of a 6-star Dou Di, Xiao Yan was 80% confident that he could kill him at this distance. Therefore, if the person behind him dared to make any movements, Xiao Yan would immediately launch an attack at the person in front of him. Before I tell you, I still have one last question to ask you. Did you obtain your icy spirit frost liquid from the Shilin mountain range? Huh? Xiao Yan was shocked by Qin Yun's words. How did this guy know that there was icy spirit frost liquid in Shilin? Who was this Qin Yun? It seems that I guessed correctly. Since you were able to get the icy spirit frozen liquid from there, it means that Lung Bingshuang, that bitch, is already dying. Otherwise, she would never let a human get close to that place. But I am more curious, how did you enter the hinterland of Shilin? Qin Yun's gaze was constantly sizing up Xiao Yan. That gaze was as if he was looking at a person who was about to die. At the same time, Xiao Yan heard Qin Yun say Lung Bingshuang's name and his heart jumped. His heart was filled with shock. Who would have thought that Lung Bingshuang, a person from the Shilin region, would actually be known by someone from the Western Wilderness region? Moreover, he seemed to know about Lung Bingshuang's injuries. If that was the case, could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, Xiao Yan immediately felt a deep sense of seriousness in his heart. The person who was able to injure Lung Bingshuang was definitely an expert of the origin transformation realm. And this Qin Yun in front of him had a 9-star Dou Di protector by his side. It was not hard to imagine that there were definitely experts of the origin transformation realm in the faction behind him. In addition, Qin Yun knew about Lung Bingshuang. It was not hard to imagine that the person who injured Lung Bingshuang was definitely the person behind Qin Yun. Thinking of this, a nameless flame immediately rose in Xiao Yan's heart. Killing intent also rose because of this. At this moment, the Qin Yun in front of him had already been added to Xiao Yan's blacklist of people who must be killed. Attack! Suddenly, Qin Yun let out a low cry. Almost at the same time, Yan He, who was behind Xiao Yan, suddenly moved. A palm violently smashed towards Xiao Yan's back. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan instantly used the sky extinction steps. At the same time that Yan He dodged, Xiao Yan's figure had already arrived in front of Qin Yun. Under the latter's shocked gaze, Xiao Yan grabbed at Qin Yun's neck. At this moment, even Yan He, who was behind him, was shocked. He had never imagined that the Xiao Yan in front of him would actually possess such a terrifying speed. Was he really only a 5-star Dou Di? Although his heart was shocked by Xiao Yan's speed, it was merely this. Yan He did not appear to be worried about Qin Yun's safety after his attack missed. Instead, a cold smile surfaced on his old face the instant he raised his head. The next moment, swoosh! Circles of intense spatial ripples suddenly appeared in the originally calm space on both sides of Qin Yun. Soon after, the space in the middle of the ripples collapsed with a bang. 2 shriveled hands were extended from within and each landed on Xiao Yan's shoulders. In an instant, a powerful strength actually forcefully froze Xiao Yan's body on the spot. Even the hand that was about to land on Qin Yun's neck was stopped in midair. Qin Yun also used this short moment to swiftly retreat backwards. What? Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly shrunk. He felt incomparably shocked at the sudden appearance of the 2 people beside him. These 2 people were actually able to avoid his spiritual detection. Brat, is my family's young master someone that you can touch? At this moment, an old voice that was filled with might and overbearingness was suddenly transmitted from the side. At the same time, Xiao Yan felt the pressure on his shoulders suddenly soar. His body involuntarily sank downwards. Soon after, a powerful aura heavily landed on Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's expression also abruptly changed drastically. He did not dare to hesitate any longer. A thought passed through his mind and the clan tattoo immediately appeared between his brows. The aura within his body also suddenly soared at this moment. With a thought, the heavenly flame within his body suddenly surged. It surged out from the pores all over Xiao Yan's body. The dense white flame emitted a terrifying destructive flame. The powerful strength that suddenly rose caused the two old men to involuntarily be startled. Both of their hands involuntarily lifted. Xiao Yan's figure also hurriedly retreated. However, Xiao Yan, who was behind him, attacked once again. Astral winds whistled. Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. There was a tiger in front of him and a wolf behind him. In such a situation, Xiao Yan was helpless and could only fly downwards. At this moment, while everyone's gazes below were focused on Xiao Yan and the three old men, Qin Yun's figure quietly descended and arrived in front of the stone pillar. Chapter 895. Facing three elite 9-star Do Di at the same time, even the current Xiao Yan did not dare to fight head-on in such a situation. Forget about the three of them, Xiao Yan did not dare to say that he had the ability to fight with any one of the three. Qi. Following the sound of rushing wind, an old man in a black robe swiftly descended from above Xiao Yan's head. His shriveled hand landed heavily on Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's heart involuntarily shivered as he sensed the frightening aura descending from above his head. The footsteps of his feet changed as he continuously used the sky extinction steps. Only then did he manage to cause the old man's palm to brush past Xiao Yan's body. This brat, what a strange speed. Seeing that his attack had actually been dodged by Xiao Yan, the old man involuntarily felt surprised in his heart. Just as he was muttering softly in his heart, Yan He's body once again attacked from beside Xiao Yan. The distance between the two of them was extremely close. This caused Xiao Yan to have no time to dodge. Hence, he could only face the attack head-on. Bang! The instant Xiao Yan turned around, his fist heavily collided with Yan He's attack. An intense collision sound that caused one's eardrums to ring suddenly sounded. Xiao Yan's body trembled uncontrollably. He borrowed the force between the two of them and hurriedly pulled back. But soon after, "Brat, where do you think you are going? Stay behind for the old me." The other 9-star Do Di arrived behind Xiao Yan as he was pulling back. He faced Xiao Yan's back and threw a palm strike. Damn it! With Xiao Yan's current condition, it was impossible for him to completely dodge this attack. It was indeed impossible for him to face 3 9-star Do Di alone. At the very least, the current him was far from having that strength. Ha! Xiao Yan let out a stern cry in his heart. The muscles all over his body immediately tensed up. His calm face suddenly became ferocious. Blood surged up, causing his entire face to be flushed red. His veins popped out as the Dragon Phoenix ancient armor covered his entire body in the blink of an eye, emitting a purplish gold glow. He could only block this attack with all his might. Force Elephant Formula, rise. A roar was emitted from the bottom of Xiao Yan's heart. A frightening force spread outwards. The invisible space around Xiao Yan suddenly became distorted under this frightening force. It was about to collapse. Almost at the same time, the palm of the old man behind Xiao Yan also landed on Xiao Yan's back with an imposing manner. Boom! A dull sound of collision suddenly rang out. Xiao Yan's body shook violently. He clenched his teeth and forcibly resisted the powerful force. There was a sweetness in his throat as blood surged up. Xiao Yan forcefully swallowed back the fresh blood that was forced to his throat. Soon after, the Do Qi in his body suddenly swept out. With the help of the heavenly flame, it forced the 3 people around him back. Humph, so what if it is a heavenly flame? Attack together and keep him here. The expressions of the 3 people changed slightly. Soon after, they let out a cold snort. The 3 of them moved together and once again surrounded Xiao Yan. However, with the heavenly flame in front of them this time around, even with their strength, they still took the initiative to keep a small distance from Xiao Yan. The 4 human figures exchanged blows in the empty space. The 3 of them continued to brush past Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan also relied on his spiritual strength and the sky extinction step to do his best to deal with the 3 of them, hoping to find an opportunity to leave this place. Xiao Yan believed that he was definitely not a match for 3 9-star Do Di by himself. If this continued for a long time, it would not benefit him at all. Moreover, the people from the Formation Master Association were also eyeing him covetously. Once they left the auction house, Xiao Yan would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. With this thought in his mind, Xiao Yan's agility became much sharper. However, these 3 9-star Do Di were not ordinary people. With the 3 of them joining hands, they were able to block Xiao Yan within this area for a moment, causing the latter to be unable to advance or retreat. After a long while, even though the 3 people around Xiao Yan were unable to easily hurt him due to the protection of the heavenly flame, they still managed to leave quite a number of wounds on his body. The moment bright red fresh blood surged out, it turned into dried blood scabs under the heavenly flame. Time passed bit by bit. The number of wounds on Xiao Yan's body continued to increase. The fresh blood also gradually turned into a layer of armor that covered Xiao Yan's entire body. Numerous human figures gradually walked out from within the auction ground. The auction had already reached the true end. However, the trouble on Xiao Yan's side was like maggots in one's bones that could not be shaken off. In the blink of an eye, the amplification effect of the clan tattoo had already disappeared. Xiao Yan's strength had also decreased by quite a lot at this moment. For Xiao Yan's current situation, this undoubtedly caused his mood to become even heavier. However, it was also at this moment that an unusual change occurred in the large open space. Crack! Following a clear cracking sound, a dark black stone pillar appeared just a few meters below Xiao Yan. At this moment, following the cracking sound, it was as clear as porcelain shattering. However, it appeared exceptionally clear in this open space. Immediately, everyone present could not help but be slightly startled. This included the 3 9-star Do Di who were currently standing in the empty space and Xiao Yan who was currently closest to the black stone pillar. The expressions on their faces were clearly a little stunned at this moment. Soon after, everyone turned their gazes to look at the source of the sound. Only then did they see numerous clear crack lines swiftly spreading across the entire stone pillar. Streaks of golden light gushed out from the dense cracks like a blazing sun, dazzling the area. At this moment, the expression on Xiao Yan's face suddenly changed drastically. At this moment, he finally knew the true reason why Qin Yun had brought him here. Even the reason why Qin Yun had approached him was also incomparably clear at this moment. Qin Yun had come for this strange formation. His goal from the very beginning when he entered Jinyao City was to destroy this stone pillar. In that case, the reason why Qin Yun had approached him had also become clear. At almost the same time, a group of people wearing golden robes gradually walked out from the entrance of the auction ground. At first glance, this group of people passed through the crowd and saw the dark black stone pillar in the middle of the open space. It was filled with densely packed crack lines. Immediately, the dark black stone pillar collapsed with a bang in front of their shocked eyes, turning into numerous fragments. Bang! Suddenly, a powerful energy surged out from the bottom of the stone pillar that had shattered. It turned into an enormous cream-white light pillar that shot into the sky. At almost the same time, the originally unhappy faces of the group from the Array Master Association instantly turned gloomy. Numerous pairs of eyes were also locked onto the human figure who was closest to the original position of the stone pillar at this moment. It was Xiao Yan. Chapter 896. The Great Formation has been destroyed. At the entrance of the auction ground, a group of people wearing golden robes were staring intently at the young man in black robes who was hovering in the air above the arena. Among the crowd, there was an old man wearing a brocade robe. At this moment, his face was filled with both shock and anger. His fury surged and his entire body involuntarily trembled intensely. The aura in his body spread out almost uncontrollably, and the space around him distorted violently before exploding with a bang, turning into a pitch-black endless space. Just a moment ago, when Xiao Yan approached the dark black stone pillar in front of everyone's gazes, the stone pillar had also collapsed. They saw with their own eyes that the most powerful formation that their Array Formation Master Association had always relied on was being ruthlessly destroyed right in front of their eyes at this moment. There was no need to mention the person who had destroyed the Great Formation. It was naturally the black-robed young man in front of them. Association head, it's him. The person who refined the Tier 4 medicinal pill earlier is this brat. The last time, it was Qin Yun who had stepped forward to protect him. I even personally saw him walking side by side with Qin Yun. Beside the old man in brocade robes, Cheng Zhihui stepped forward with a gloomy face and whispered into the ear of the old man in brocade robes. Hearing Cheng Zhihui's words, a biting cold expression surfaced on the gloomy face of the old man in brocade robes. Qin Yun. The hands of the old man in brocade robes were tightly clenched into fists under his sleeves. His gaze followed and looked over, only to see that Qin Yun was currently standing high in the sky. His eyes contained an icy coldness as he stared at Xiao Yan below. The 3 9-star Dodi around Xiao Yan were also unwilling to be outdone. Although the stone pillar had been destroyed, the target of the 3 of them was Xiao Yan. They were completely indifferent to the former. Perhaps it could be said that they were not worried at all. Follow me. The old man in brocade robes waved his hand violently. The group of people behind him immediately followed and aggressively flew toward Xiao Yan's group. Behind him, outside the auction house, Han Dong had also just left the auction house. However, he did not expect the following scene to be so shocking. This was especially the case when he saw that Xiao Yan was coincidentally beside the stone pillar. His heart suddenly sank and he immediately understood the reason why Qin Yun was approaching Xiao Yan. Framing others and having ulterior motives. Although he already understood this point, Han Dong did not choose to step forward immediately. Instead, he observed from the side. He wanted to see if this group of people from the Array Formation Master Association would be so foolish as to be deceived by someone else. If Xiao Yan was unharmed, then so be it. But if there was a change in the situation, he would immediately step in. With his spiritual strength, he had some confidence in blocking these people. Moreover, with the name of the Alchemist Alliance, it was likely that these people would not dare to act rashly. Qin Yun, our 2 clans have always minded our own business. What is your motive for doing this today? The moment he stepped forward, the old man in brocade robes coldly reprimanded Qin Yun with furrowed brows. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura rushed toward Qin Yun. Qin Yun was greatly shocked when he saw that this old man had actually attacked him without any hesitation. This was outside of his expectations. He did not expect that this fellow would attack before he had even opened his mouth. Chairman Fan, don't tell me that you don't want to hear the truth of this matter? My family's young master cannot afford to be wronged like this. If you hurt him for no reason today, you should know what kind of outcome you will face. Just as the aura arrived in front of Qin Yun, a 9-star Dodi who was originally standing beside Xiao Yan suddenly flashed over. A powerful aura spread out like an iron wall, blocking the aura of the old man with the surname Fan. The old man's originally gloomy expression became even more gloomy when he heard the threatening words spat out from the mouth of the black-robed man in front of him. The destruction of the Great Array was undoubtedly the heaviest blow to the Array Master Association. If it were not for the fact that this fellow had managed to push that person out, even if Qin Yun had a heavenly reason, he would have made him pay the price for this. Yanhua, are you intentionally threatening this old man? You can naturally think of it this way if you are not afraid. The black-robed old man who was called Yanhua coldly looked at the old man in brocade robes opposite him. The corner of his mouth was lifted into a cold smile. From this, it seemed that his words earlier had already obtained the desired effect. Chairman Fan, may I know if Chairman Fan can listen to me on this matter? You told me to listen to you. All of this happened because of you. You are the one who single-handedly planned this. Now you want me to listen to you? The old man in the brocade robe was instantly enraged. His usual calm demeanor was long gone. The fury in his heart made him want to roar. However, for the sake of the Array Formation Master Association's reputation, he finally suppressed it. Of course, there was more or less some fear towards that person. Does the chairman really think that this matter was caused by me? You said that all of this was done by me. Then, may I ask the chairman, can you give me a reason? Why would I do this? What good would it do me? Hearing the words of the old man in brocade robes, Qin Yun sneered coldly in his heart. This was exactly the result he wanted. When the old man heard this, the expression on his old face could not help but be slightly startled. Then he could not help but laugh out of anger. He sneered, Qin Yun, you are really good. What, you dare to do it but don't dare to admit it? Didn't you bring that kid in? You've been protecting him from the very beginning, and your purpose was to create an opportunity for him to destroy the formation. This old man saw it with his own eyes, and now you actually dare to make irresponsible remarks here, speaking eloquently and speaking the truth in such a dignified manner. What, do you really think this old man is muddle-headed? They are my guards. Without my orders, they will definitely not attack anyone. Just now, I had come here under Xiao Yan's invitation. It is really unexpected that he actually wanted to destroy the formation and even shifted the blame onto me. If Yanhua had not intervened just now, I'm afraid that I would have really become a scapegoat. Xiao Yan frowned and said, that's because I have a good impression of him. It is really unexpected that he actually wanted to destroy the formation and even shifted the blame onto me. If Yanhua had not intervened just now, I'm afraid that I would have really become a scapegoat. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly when he heard Yanhua's words. That's because I have a good impression of him. Just now, I came here because of Xiao Yan's invitation. It is really unexpected that he actually wanted to destroy the formation and even shifted the blame onto me. If Yanhua had not intervened just now, it is likely that I would have really become a scapegoat. Qin Yun stared angrily at Chairman Fan opposite him. His handsome face could not help but reveal a trace of fear. It was as if the terror of the aura just now was still causing him to be unable to escape from the fog. Chapter 897. Seeing the latter reveal such an expression, President Fan's expression was once again stunned. After muttering to himself for a moment, he exchanged glances with the two vice presidents beside him. After pondering for a while, he could not help but feel astonished. Qin Yun's words were not wrong. A few days ago, he had indeed been unusually close to Xiao Yan. This was something that everyone in Golden Glory City had seen. As for the three guards beside him, they were indeed as he had said. Without his orders, they would definitely not leave him even half a step. However, looking at the current situation, the three of them had surrounded Xiao Yan. Furthermore, from their appearance, it was clear that they had just gone through a struggle. Furthermore, looking at their positions, it seemed that they had the intention of stopping Xiao Yan. What were they trying to stop? Could it really be that this brat called Xiao Yan was the one who did it? Even Qin Yun has been used to protect him. Xiao Yan, who exactly are you? A series of questions rose in President Fan's heart. The two vice presidents beside him also frowned, especially Qi Ming. In his heart, he felt that they had missed something. However, Qin Yun's words were something that he could not bring himself to say. After all, Xiao Yan had indeed destroyed the formation. This was something that they had witnessed with their own eyes. It was truly difficult for others to shift the blame onto him. However, it was also because of this that Qin Yun's words made Qi Ming even more suspicious. Hiss! Suddenly, President Fan abruptly raised his head as if he had thought of something. Almost at the same time, the two vice presidents behind him also abruptly raised their heads. Their gazes instantly landed on Xiao Yan's body. If this brat is an alchemist, then everything would make sense if he is a member of the Alchemist Alliance. President Fan's face was gloomy as killing intent surged in his eyes. At the same time, the two vice presidents behind him also had the same thought. The Alchemist Alliance and their Array Master Association could be said to be like fire and water. Both parties treated each other as sand in their eyes and wished that they could get rid of the other party as soon as possible. Today, Xiao Yan had taken advantage of their unguarded moment to destroy the formation. This was undoubtedly a declaration of war by the Alchemist Alliance. Damn it! I never imagined that the Alchemist Alliance's methods would actually be so despicable. For the sake of dealing with us, they actually did such a thing. Boss, what should we do now? Let's go and capture that brat. He destroyed our great defensive array. Today, we must make him pay the price. If such a young alchemist dies, I believe it will be a painful blow to them. Behind him, Qing Zhihui and the other vice president also spoke out one after another. One could hear the killing intent in their words. However, I am currently still very curious. The 3 guards by your side are all elite 9-star Do-D. If they were to attack together, would they not be able to finish off a 5-star Do-D brat? Don't tell me you did it on purpose? However, at this moment, Qi Ming, who had been silent all this while, suddenly frowned. His eyes narrowed as his gaze locked onto Qin Yun. In a deep voice, he voiced out the doubts in his heart. These words had really hit the nail on the head. The few people beside him appeared to have come to a sudden understanding the moment these words left his mouth. They immediately turned their gazes back to Xiao Yan. At a glance, they could tell that he was indeed only a 5-star Do-D from the turbulent Do-Chi that had appeared on the surface of his body. 5-star Do-D. This brat is actually only a 5-star Do-D. The face of Qing Zhihui, who had seen Xiao Yan reveal his aura for the first time, immediately became shocked. His face involuntarily revealed an expression of disbelief. It was no wonder that such a young 5-star Do-D would receive Qin Yun's favor. Unfortunately, Qin Yun seemed to have judged the wrong person. Qin Yun, you should give the old me a reasonable explanation for this matter. Otherwise, I am still unable to believe that he is purposely trying to harm you. Chairman Fan's face sank. His voice still contained a rich doubt. Indeed, under normal circumstances, how could a 5-star Do-D be a match for a 9-star Do-D? Even if he were to face them alone, he would not have any ability to resist, much less face 3 of them at the same time. Just from this point alone, what Qin Yun had said earlier was a lie. Hence, how could Chairman Fan believe that a 5-star Do-D would actually be able to destroy the great city protecting formation under the combined efforts of 3 9-star Do-D? It was likely that no one would believe that they had not purposely gone easy on Qin Yun. Once these words were spoken, the gazes of the 2 people behind him immediately landed on Qin Yun. At this moment, Qin Yun's expression was completely indifferent. The current situation was completely within his expectations. If Chairman Fan is unwilling to believe it, you can ask the other people in this open ground. They are all witnesses to this matter. Qin Yun coldly smiled. It seemed that he was quite dissatisfied with Chairman Fan's doubt. Chairman Fan coldly snorted when he heard this. His gaze swept over the people in the open ground below. The result was as he had expected. Everyone who made contact with his gaze swiftly turned their heads away and acted as though they did not know anything. Regardless of whether it was the Formation Master Association or Qin Yun, these 2 factions were enormous existences to them. These people present could not afford to offend them. They would naturally consciously act as though they had not seen anything earlier. Qin Yun, there is no need for you to say such useless words. If you still do not have a sufficient reason to convince the old me, you must stay behind today even if the 3 of them protect you. Chairman Fan coldly cried out. His body trembled slightly and the surging Do-Chi within his body immediately surged out. It was like waves of ripples that rippled around his body. The old face of Yan Hua in front of Qin Yun sank when he saw this. His feet took half a step forward and the aura and pressure that belonged to a 9-star Do-D spread out at this moment. At the same time, the expressions of Yan He and the other black-robed old man on the other side also changed slightly. They were about to step forward. Wait! At this moment, Qin Yun once again spoke and stabilized these few people. The 3 of you need not bother about me. All you need to do is block Xiao Yan. You must not let him take the opportunity to escape. Qin Yun coldly cried out, causing Yan He and the other 2 to be extremely surprised in their hearts. Seeing that Yan Hua did not move, Qin Yun cried out an order. Only then did the latter withdraw and once again surrounded Xiao Yan with the other 2. After which, Qin Yun once again turned his gaze around and looked at Chairman Fan. As for Chairman Fan, I know that you do not believe what I have just said. However, if you think that Xiao Yan is really an ordinary 5-star Do-D, you are very wrong. What do you mean by this? Chairman Fan frowned. He could not help but feel a little suspicious in his heart. Chapter 898. If Xiao Yan is only an ordinary 5-star Do-D, why would I need to dispatch Yan Hua and Yan Lai? Yan He is a 9-star Do-D. Don't tell me that he does not have confidence in dealing with a 5-star Daoist? Moreover, I, Qin Yun, am also a 6-star Daoist. Does Chairman Fan think that I am unable to deal with an ordinary 5-star Daoist with my strength? Qin Yun's face carried a cold smile. His words were filled with criticism and ridicule. Chairman Fan, you keep saying that I am doing this on purpose? Even if I am doing this on purpose, would I be so stupid as to send all my guards out and expose my intentions? You are just trying to silence him by killing him. This brat saw that you wanted to kill him, so he stubbornly resisted. Coincidentally, we came out of the auction house and encountered this scene. Chairman Fan curled his lips. Although his mouth was not humble, his heart had already formed a bias towards his own guess. However, it is also what you have said. Xiaoyan is merely a 5-star Daoist. Even a 9-star Daoist would not be a match for him, much less 3 of them. Before you came out, Xiaoyan had already exchanged over 100 blows with the 3 of them. According to what you have said, is this possible? Chairman Fan is unwilling to believe what I have said, but you also do not believe that Xiaoyan's strength is not as it appears on the surface. From the way I see it, you are trying to accuse him. Qin Yun was not stingy. Every word and action of his forced Chairman Fan to the bottom of the valley. For a moment, Chairman Fan was speechless. Even the people behind him also lowered their heads in dissatisfaction. Then tell me, even if his fighting strength is not weak, how strong can a 5-star Daoist be? It was a long while later before Chairman Fan once again spoke. Since President Fan doesn't believe it, why don't you try it yourself? Coincidentally, Yan He and the other 2 can't capture Xiaoyan in a short time. If President Fan helps us, we will definitely be able to capture him. But before that, I hope President Fan can understand that I have participated in many auctions in Jinyao City. If I wanted to do something, I would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? Qin Yun let out a cold cry. Immediately, he turned around with a furious face and looked at the current Xiaoyan. His heart, however, was laughing coldly. Everything was proceeding in the direction that he had expected. Although there was an interlude earlier, everything was within his control. In today's battle, not only did he want Xiaoyan to die, but he also wanted to obtain everything on Xiaoyan's body. The thing that caused him the most excitement was that his plan this time around had been completed without any flaws. Not only had he obtained the Fusang flower, he had also successfully destroyed the great city protecting formation of Jinyao City. Not long later, his plan would be able to take another step forward. Cuckoo, Fan Siyuan, even if you think until your head breaks, you will not be able to figure out that every word you have said today is within this young master's expectations. I already understand you too well. Hee. While Qin Yun was secretly laughing in his heart, as the guardian of Jinyao City and the president of the Formation Master Association, he was still kept in the dark. Although Qi Ming had doubts in his heart, Qin Yun's repeated words had caused him to have some doubts about his own judgment. Perhaps everything was really as Qin Yun had said. It was all done by Xiaoyan. Now, the only person who could prove what Qin Yun had said was naturally Xiaoyan. However, as luck would have it, he was the one who had destroyed the Great Formation. Now, no one would believe his words, much less listen to his explanation. They would only believe that Xiaoyan and Qin Yun were in cahoots. They would not believe that even Xiaoyan was a pawn of theirs. Soon after, Fan Siyuan wanted to step forward. This matter concerned the reputation of his Formation Master Association. As the president, he needed to personally step forward. President, let me go. A mere 5-star Daoist. There is no need for the president to take action. Last time, Qin Yun had stopped me. However, today, let me properly teach this nameless brat who destroyed my great city protecting formation a lesson. Cheng Zhihui cried out in a deep voice. He took the initiative to ask for a fight. After some consideration in his heart, Fan Siyuan still chose to let Cheng Zhihui take action. He was a 9-star Daoist. If he were to personally take action in order to prove himself, he would lose face. If he were to test the strength of the other party, Cheng Zhihui, being a 7-star Daoist, was undoubtedly qualified for this task. At that time, as long as Cheng Zhihui captured Xiaoyan, Qin Yun's words would naturally be broken. At that time, not only would Xiaoyan have to die, even Qin Yun would also have to pay the price for this matter. The Great City Protecting Formation of Jinyao City was a rank 5 formation. Although it was only a low-level formation, its strength was still extremely strong. If it were to use its full strength, even an origin transformation expert would be able to block it. For hundreds of years, the Formation Master Association of Jinyao City had relied on this formation to be able to survive in Jinyao City without being disturbed by people from the outside world. However, now that the Great Formation had been broken, the position of the Formation Master Association in Jinyao City would definitely be affected. In the outside world, the overbearing actions of the Formation Master Association during these years had already created quite a number of enemies for them. Once they learned that the Great Formation had been destroyed, many factions would gather here. Even if the 3 great heads of the Formation Master Association were 9-star Do-Di, they would not be able to protect the people behind them at the same time. At that time, the Formation Master Association could be considered finished. This was the result that Fan Siyuan could not accept in his heart. He had painstakingly managed the Formation Master Association for so many years. Now, it had been defeated in the hands of a young man. This was really something that he could not accept. Hence, no matter what the result was, this black-robed young man called Xiao Yan in front of him must die. Qi. Following the sharp sound of rushing wind, Cheng Zhihui's body was like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan, who was currently surrounded by the 3 people. Brat, I allowed you to refine a medicinal pill the last time. This time around, I will definitely not let you off so easily. Cheng Zhihui's ghost-like figure appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Turbulent Do-Qi covered the surface of Cheng Zhihui's body. His powerful aura attracted the attention of quite a number of people outside the arena. Even Han Dong, who had been quietly observing, could not help but secretly break out in cold sweat for Xiao Yan. However, compared to them, Yan He and the other 2, who had already come into contact with Xiao Yan for hundreds of rounds, sneered with disdain in their hearts. Although Xiao Yan's strength appeared to be far inferior to theirs, the fighting strength that the latter had displayed was not inferior to a village chief, an 8-star Do-Di. This was especially so for his frightening speed, which caused Yan He and the other 2 to be left in the dust. How could Cheng Zhihui, who only had the strength of a 7-star Do-Di, be a match for Xiao Yan? Sure enough, in the next moment, Xiao Yan, who had been taking the opportunity to quietly recover his Do-Qi, suddenly opened his eyes, which were filled with a fiery glow, when Cheng Zhihui's fist was thrown toward him. Calm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 899. Qi. In midair, Cheng Zhihui's fist, which was filled with strength, violently smashed toward Xiao Yan's face. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had the intention of taking Xiao Yan's life with one blow. Cheng Zhihui wanted to use this opportunity to settle the matter between him and Xiao Yan. Of course, under the suppression of his cultivation, he was not worried that this black-robed, young man in front of him would have any ability to resist. A mere 5-star Do-Di was nothing in his eyes. However, just as everyone below saw that Cheng Zhihui's fist was about to land on Xiao Yan's face, the latter's slightly shut eyes suddenly opened in the next instant. At the same time, an overbearing force that looked down on the world suddenly swept out from within Xiao Yan's body. It was like an invisible wave. Even though there was no support from Do-Qi, that invisible deterrent force was extremely shocking and forcefully forced Cheng Zhihui, who was already in front of him, back. What? Immediately, the passers-by on the open ground involuntarily emitted an uproar. At the same time, a shocked expression surged into their eyes when they looked at Xiao Yan. Trash, he has yet to use his Do-Qi. Fan Siyuan's old face instantly turned green. He could not resist cursing in a soft voice. This was in exchange for even more mocking laughter from the people below. At this moment, the expression on Cheng Zhihui's face was also extremely ugly. Yan He and the other 2 laughed coldly in their hearts. Being scared back by just one gaze from the other party, he actually dared to call himself an elite Do-Di. He even had the nerve to mention that his cultivation was higher than the other party by 2 stars. This really threw away the face of an elite Do-Di. Bastard, you actually dare to threaten the old me. Sensing the many mocking gazes, the expression on Cheng Zhihui's old face became increasingly ugly. He roared furiously from his mouth and displayed an even more turbulent dou qi. It was like a cluster of fire that wrapped around his entire body. His body moved and once again launched an attack toward Xiao Yan. In the blink of an eye, the latter's figure had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. At the same time, his hands violently clenched in front of him. Following a flash of light between his hands, a golden long spear appeared in Cheng Zhihui's hands. The long spear suddenly swung. The sharp tip of the spear was immediately wrapped in ferocious dou qi as it violently pierced toward Xiao Yan. The tip of the spear emitted a sharp sound of wind breaking as it passed through the empty air. In the next moment, it was only a few inches away from Xiao Yan's throat. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan appear to have just reacted. He instantly lifted his gaze and stared at Cheng Zhihui, who was already very close to him. His right leg exerted strength, and a frightening strength was swiftly gathering. "Kaka, stinking brat, go to hell." The cold smile on Cheng Zhihui's face became even denser when he saw Xiao Yan's actions appear to be a couple of beats slower. A 5-star dou di was ultimately a 5-star dou di. He was unable to contend with a 7-star dou di class expert. Xiao Yan was destined to lose this battle. The price of this loss was his life. At this moment, Han Dong, who was hidden in the crowd, finally could not endure it any longer. The dou qi in his body was swiftly circulating. Once Xiao Yan was no match for him, he would immediately attack. Xiao Yan was someone he had invited to join the Alchemist Alliance. His talent in alchemy was something he had never seen before. No matter what, he could not let anything happen to Xiao Yan. However, in the next moment, when the long spear was about to pierce Xiao Yan's throat, the indifferent Xiao Yan suddenly turned his body sideways. The frightening speed of his movement caused everyone who saw it to feel shocked. Cheng Zhihui, who was the closest to Xiao Yan, had an even more indescribable shock in his heart. How is this guy's speed? Qi! The long spear flew close to Xiao Yan's chest, emitting a chi-chi sound as it broke through the air. Almost at the same time, Xiao Yan abruptly lifted his right leg. His calf exerted strength and his body stood to the side. At the same time, a heavy whip leg was abruptly lifted high and mercilessly smashed into Cheng Zhihui's chest. In an instant, Cheng Zhihui's eyes shrunk until they were the size of a needle. After which, his body was like a soccer ball in front of the gazes of the large group of people in the open ground. He was heavily kicked, flying with a muffled collision sound. Soon after, Cheng Zhihui's body, which had flown backwards, destroyed a large number of houses under that frightening strength. Finally, he heavily collided with an enormous rock. Soon after, a chi-chi sound was emitted. Cheng Zhihui's expression swiftly turned pale. What a frightening physical strength! Everyone looked at Cheng Zhihui, who had flown backwards. After which, they turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan. Soon after, waves of saliva-swallowing sounds sounded in the open ground. Numerous gazes that were filled with shock stared intently at Xiao Yan in the open ground. The shock in everyone's hearts was incomparable. They had never expected that Cheng Zhihui, a 7-star dou di, would actually be sent flying by a 5-star dou di. Moreover, from the looks of Cheng Zhihui's current condition, even though he was not dead, Xiao Yan's attack earlier had caused him quite a great injury. A 7-star dou di is merely so. Xiao Yan's expression was ice-cold as he scoffed. Brat, you should not be too pleased. I was merely careless earlier and underestimated you. However, you will not be so lucky next time. Cheng Zhihui stood up in a miserable manner. He wiped off the blood that seeped out from the corner of his mouth. He beckoned with his large hand, and the golden spear that was inserted into the ground in the distance swiftly returned to his hand. Soon after, his body moved and once again charged toward Xiao Yan. Low spirit class dou technique, flying shadow. A loud cry was emitted from Cheng Zhihui's mouth. Immediately, the golden spear in his hand trembled intensely. A large area of spear shadows immediately fell wildly toward Xiao Yan like dense raindrops. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The densely packed spear shadows fell toward the top of Xiao Yan's head. Each spear shadow would leave behind a distorted vacuum area when it rushed through the empty space. After this large area of spear shadows rushed past, the invisible empty space was almost distorted and shattered. Soon after, Cheng Zhihui's body once again arrived in front of Xiao Yan. The tip of his spear was pointed at Xiao Yan as it violently pierced toward the latter's head. However, the expression on Xiao Yan's face was still incomparably calm in the face of Cheng Zhihui's attack. Both of his eyes focused on the large area of chaotic spear shadows that were swiftly shooting toward him. An enormous spiritual strength immediately surged out from between his brows. Everything in this world had become clear in his eyes. At the same time, the chaotic spear shadows' movements also slowed. Swoosh! Xiao Yan's body moved slightly to the side. A spear shadow brushed past Xiao Yan's body as it flew out. After which, Xiao Yan once again turned his body. His feet were either to the left or to the right. His body leaned forward or leaned forward. He was able to perfectly dodge the spear shadows that were about to land on his body. Even if there were some that he could not dodge, they were similarly broken by Xiao Yan using the simplest overbearing method with a punch. This kind of agility was really like a ghost. Even those high-class Daoist who were watching the fight outside of the arena felt extremely shocked when they saw it. Was this really something that a 5-star Daoist could do? Such a strange agility was something that even some of them did not have the confidence to successfully capture. At this moment, even Fan Siyuan and the others felt their hearts involuntarily sink when they saw it. Just from this agility, one could tell that Cheng Zhihui was no match for Xiao Yan. Now, the only thing that they could hope for was that Cheng Zhihui's following attack would be able to suppress Xiao Yan. After dealing with the countless number of spear shadows, Xiao Yan immediately had to face Cheng Zhihui himself. Seeing that Xiao Yan had actually dodged his Dou technique so easily, Cheng Zhihui was both shocked and furious. Cold sweat continued to emerge from his forehead. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bowstring and had to be released. At this moment, he could only brace himself and place his hopes on his following attack. Both of his hands waved the long spear with all his strength. The body of the spear swayed, and a sharp aura pierced towards the vital points on Xiao Yan's body. The tip of the spear was like a venomous snake, revealing its sharpness. Sea dragon emerges from the sea. The long spear danced. Powerful Dou Qi swiftly agglomerated on the surface of the long spear, turning into the illusory image of a 1,000-feet-long serpent. Following the pouring of Dou Qi, it quickly solidified. Soon after, the serpent twisted its huge body. It was accompanied by an earth-shaking roar as it shot towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes were calm as he watched the huge serpent rushing towards him. He did not have any intention of dodging. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. His hand curled into a claw. With a thought, the dragon phoenix ancient armor immediately covered his entire hand. A thick white flame also lingered on it at the same time. Immediately, just as the serpent was in front of him, Xiao Yan extended his hand. His action was as quick as lightning as he forcefully restrained the serpent that had arrived in front of him. Soon after, under Cheng Zhihui's shocked eyes, Xiao Yan's hand suddenly exerted force and actually forcefully crushed the serpent in front of him. A mere serpent is merely an earthworm in front of a huge dragon. After destroying the serpent, the long spear under it was firmly held in Xiao Yan's hand. A cold smile surfaced on Xiao Yan's face. His aura was not weak. However, under the premise of his strength elephant skill, dragon phoenix ancient armor, and heavenly flame, it was basically useless. Cheng Zhihui's expression finally changed drastically after the serpent was destroyed. He wanted to withdraw his golden spear, but he realized that the weapon in his hand was actually firmly held in Xiao Yan's hand. He was unable to withdraw it. Damn it! Cheng Zhihui cursed viciously in his heart. He simply gave up on the long spear in his hand and his body instantly retreated. While he was retreating, both of his hands were swiftly lifted. His 10 fingers moved together and formed hand seals in a lightning-like manner. The familiar and complicated hand seals were continuously formed. In the blink of an eye, they agglomerated into a huge energy hand seal in front of him. Hell King Seal. Cheng Zhihui cried out explosively after the seal was formed. The surging dou qi in his body was wildly poured into the energy hand seal in front of him, causing the light on it to shake greatly. It was like a bright sun that emitted a glaring white light. It was about to blast toward Xiao Yan. Crack! In the next moment, a clear cracking sound was suddenly emitted from the energy hand seal. Soon after, numerous clear crack lines swiftly climbed onto the entire energy hand seal. Chapter 900. Bang! Cheng Zhihui's eyes were dull as he looked at the energy handprint in front of him that had suddenly collapsed in midair. His originally pale face had become completely bloodless in an instant. The aura of his entire body had also suddenly fallen to rock bottom. The Ming King seal that he had just formed had suddenly disappeared. The sudden backlash from the energy caused him to instantly descend into a seriously injured state. Why? Cheng Zhihui's body fell weakly to the ground. He raised his head with great difficulty. Only then did he see Xiao Yan's figure slowly appear in his sight after the energy handprint disappeared. At this moment, the latter's figure was still the same as before. He was still in the same state as when he punched out. However, the Hell King's seal in front of him had already been forcibly shattered. Cheng Zhihui's heart was incomparably terrified when he saw this scene. Although the Ming King seal could not be considered a powerful Dou technique, it was one of the few trump cards that he possessed. Even so, it was unable to endure even one strike from this black-robed, young man in front of him. The most unbelievable thing was that the other party was merely a 5-star Dou D. How is this possible? At this moment, a great storm was involuntarily lifted within Cheng Zhihui's heart. The change in his emotions caused the originally serious injuries within his body to become even more serious. At the same time, Xiao Yan withdrew his fist that had been thrown forward. When his hand was covered by his sleeve, one could clearly see traces of blood gradually appearing. After all, he was a 7-star Dou D. Xiao Yan had paid quite a great price for that punch earlier in order to achieve a deterrent effect. At this moment, Xiao Yan raised his eyes and looked over. As expected, quite a number of people present were immersed in the memory of the powerful punch that Xiao Yan had thrown out earlier. Of course, there were also a couple of people who were exceptions. One example was the few 9-star Dou D. Although this was the case, they were still a little absent-minded at this moment. Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart when he saw this. If he did not leave now, when would he leave? At this moment, Fan Siyuan's turbid eyes were also staring at Xiao Yan in a daze. Deep within his eyes, there was also an indelible shock. At the same time, he was somewhat certain of what Qin Yun had said. This little fellow, what frightening fighting strength. That attack earlier is likely not inferior to an ordinary 8-star Dou D. Based on Xiao Yan's attack just now, he was certain that Xiao Yan's battle prowess far exceeded his cultivation. Fan Siyuan squinted his old eyes. The more he thought about it, the more shocked he became. The current Xiao Yan was merely a 5-star Dou D. Yet, he already possessed such a frightening fighting strength. It was difficult to imagine that if he continued to maintain this state, when his cultivation advanced in the future, even origin transformation experts would not be a match for him. Thinking in this way, a desire to kill Xiao Yan rose in Fan Siyuan's heart. Today, regardless of whether it was Xiao Yan or their actions, they were destined to be enemies. Hence, for the future of their Formation Master Association, he must kill Xiao Yan today and eliminate all future troubles. Swoosh! However, the moment Fan Siyuan raised his eyes, Xiao Yan's body turned into a breeze and swiftly flew out of Jinyao City with a lightning-like speed. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? Stay behind. A low cry was emitted from Fan Siyuan's mouth. The group of people behind him immediately recovered. Their bodies moved and they led the two people beside them as they swiftly gave chase in the direction that Xiao Yan had left. At the same time, Xiao Yan and the other two also hurriedly gave chase under Qin Yun's signal. No matter what, Xiao Yan must die here today. The black robe covered Xiao Yan's entire body, completely wrapping around his aura. His body was carried by the flowing wind as he swiftly flew forward. His entire body was hidden within the flowing wind. One could neither see his body nor sense his aura. One could only feel a hurricane whistling past the empty space. If it was any other time, no one would be curious about this. However, at this moment, Fan Siyuan and the others clearly understood in their hearts that Xiao Yan's body was definitely within that cluster of flowing wind. What they needed to do now was to surround that cluster of flowing wind. Qi Ming, Huolia, activate the formation and stop him for me. Fan Siyuan let out a stern cry. At the same time, Qi Ming and Huolia, who were behind him, nodded heavily after hearing the order. The two of them looked at each other and their bodies rapidly rushed forward. Between their hands, numerous complicated seals were rapidly formed. At the same time, the golden runes on the city walls of Jinyao City suddenly emitted a bright light. Immediately, a huge golden light screen rose again and surrounded the entire city. The sudden appearance of this scene caused everyone in the city to be shocked, especially Qin Yun. He had prepared so much in order to destroy this formation. Why was this thing still here? Could it be that the formation was not destroyed at all? Could it be that the stone pillar was fake? Qin Yun's heart trembled. He could not believe that these three old fellows had guarded the stone pillar for so many years. Could it be that they had done it on purpose? That stone pillar was not the center of this formation at all? Young master, that's not right. This doesn't seem to be the formation. This thing is strange. Just as Qin Yun was shocked, Yanhe seemed to have sensed something. He frowned and stepped forward, whispering to Qin Yun. Strange? Speak clearly. Although this formation doesn't seem to have changed, if you examine it carefully, you'll discover that the power of this formation has clearly decreased by more than half. From the looks of it, this doesn't seem to be a Tier 5 formation. They should have added it themselves. Their goal should be to guard against a situation like this. As Yanhe's words fell, Qin Yun quickly discovered the strangeness of this formation. Immediately, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. On the other side, following the activation of the formation, Xiao Yan, who was originally about to leave the area of Jinyao City, was forced to slow down. Fan Siyuan and the rest chased closely behind, followed by Qin Yun's group. A group of people surrounded the empty space in front of them. Their gazes were cautious. Fan Siyuan released a huge amount of spiritual strength and swept it across the empty space in front of him. Sure enough, Xiao Yan, who was wearing a black robe, was exposed. In front of a rank 4 formation master, Xiao Yan really found it difficult to continue hiding. The Great Void Dao could only ensure that his aura would not be discovered by others, but he could not maintain the concealment of his body. Xiao Yan was not too surprised by the current situation. What he was concerned about was the formation that had risen once again. Fortunately, under his investigation, he quickly discovered that this was only a rank 4 defensive formation. If that was the case, perhaps he still had a chance. Chapter 901. In the sky above Jinyao City, a bright golden light rose high up and agglomerated into a huge energy barrier. It wrapped around the entire Jinyao City, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. In the sky above the city, 7 figures each took one side and formed an encirclement, surrounding Xiao Yan in the middle. Xiao Yan, although our Formation Master Association and your Alchemist Alliance are like fire and water, we have been minding our own business recently. By doing this, are you trying to declare war on our Formation Master Association? Fan Siyuan's turbid old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he cried out in a deep voice. If it was possible, he did not wish to fall out with the Alchemist Alliance. After all, the Alchemist Alliance was a branch of the Pill Tower and was directly managed by the Pill Tower. Once they started a war, it would be going against the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was publicly recognized as the strongest faction in the entire continent. Although their Formation Master Association and the Alchemist Alliance had never been on good terms, they had never reached such a state. However, today Xiao Yan had destroyed the great city protecting formation of Jinyao City. That was a rank 5 formation. Just this point alone had caused the relationship between the two parties to worsen in an instant. Chairman Fan, why is there a need to speak so much with such a person? I originally thought that this fellow had great talent and was someone who could be befriended. However, I never expected that it was I, Qin Yun, who had misjudged and caused you to do such a disgraceful thing. Today, no matter what, I will definitely take your life to repay the sins you have committed." However, without waiting for Xiao Yan to open his mouth, Qin Yun, who was beside Yan He, stared at Xiao Yan with an ice-cold gaze as he cried out with sharp words. The moment these words were said, Fan Siyuan and the others frowned slightly. Although Qin Yun's words were impassioned, they felt a trace of discomfort in their ears. It was as though a bloodthirsty wolf had suddenly become docile, causing one to involuntarily feel a chill in one's heart. However, before they could think any further, Qin Yun waved his large hand and ordered Yan He and the other two beside him to attack Xiao Yan. As for Qin Yun himself, he remained where he was. Under the precondition of ensuring his own safety, he coldly observed from the side. At the same time, the dou qi in his body was prepared at all times. Should there be an opportunity, he would not be stingy in giving Xiao Yan a fatal blow. Chi chi chi. 3 human figures shot explosively toward Xiao Yan from 3 different directions. The whistling sound of rushing wind lingered in one's ears. 3 powerful auras intertwined around Xiao Yan's body and turned into one, causing his originally powerful aura to become even more frightening. In the face of such a lineup, Xiao Yan could not help but frown as a grave expression appeared on his face. In order to deal with Cheng Zhihui earlier, he had already exhausted quite a lot of his physical strength. The reason why he did not use his dou qi was because he wanted to face such a situation. However, he did not expect that the result would be much more troublesome than he had expected. From the looks of it, the 3 of them had not used their full strength earlier. Their goal is to delay until Fan Siyuan sees that scene, huh? In order to let Fan Siyuan see with his own eyes that the city protecting formation was destroyed in front of Xiao Yan, Qin Yun had deliberately allowed Yan He and the other 2 to hold back. Now that Qin Yun's goal had been achieved, the 3 of them naturally did not need to continue holding back. As long as they killed Xiao Yan here, they really did not need to worry about Fan Siyuan doing anything to them. Although the Array Formation Master Association was not weak, in front of the power behind Qin Yun, it was nothing but a small fry in the presence of a great magician. Xiao Yan, we were unable to finish you off earlier. Now that we have 6 9-star Dou Di, the old me does not believe that you alone can do anything. Haha, you should obediently surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will suffer physical pain. The 3 of them coldly laughed. Turbulent and surging dou qi swept out from the bodies of the 3 of them like waves, charging explosively toward Xiao Yan from all directions. Xiao Yan did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in this regard. He let out a loud cry in his heart and his body suddenly shook at the same time. A ferocious thick white flame immediately lingered within the vortex and swiftly covered Xiao Yan's entire body. Yan He and the other 2 arrived in front of Xiao Yan at almost the same time. The 3 of them each slammed their palms heavily onto Xiao Yan's body. Surging dou qi covered their entire palms. The powerful strength emitted a sharp piercing sound as it cut through the air. Soon after, it was about to land. Swoosh! It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan's footsteps changed. He used the sky extinction step and did his best to dodge the combined attacks of the 3 of them. The 3 human figures surrounded Xiao Yan's body. This time around, they did not easily withdraw even with the obstruction of the heavenly flame. Therefore, at such a close distance, even if Xiao Yan used the sky extinction step, he was still unable to completely dodge the attacks of the 3 of them. Hence, even though Xiao Yan managed to dodge a couple of vital points on his body, his left shoulder and back had also received a palm each. Even with the protection of the heavenly flame, the attacks of the 2 9-star Dou Di still caused Xiao Yan's expression to instantly turn pale. A muffled snort was involuntarily emitted from Xiao Yan's nose. He flipped his hand and forced Yan He, who was in close proximity, back. Soon after, his body swiftly withdrew. His throat rolled and a trace of blood involuntarily flowed down from the corner of his mouth. Damn it, this is their true strength. Xiao Yan unwillingly cursed in his heart. However, before he could catch his breath, Qi Ming and Hua Lai from the Formation Master Association suddenly charged over. They were like sharp arrows. In the blink of an eye, they had already appeared in front of Xiao Yan. Brat die! Hua Lai's mouth emitted a ferocious cry. His entire body emitted a dense flame aura as he violently charged at Xiaoyan. Qi Ming's body by the side was even faster. As he flew, a gust of wind swiftly swept past him. Numerous tornadoes involuntarily agglomerated around Qi Ming's body. From this point, it was not difficult to see that the latter was a wind affinity expert. Blazing palm. Whirlwind scattered clouds. Following the appearance of the two loud cries, Qi Ming and Hua Lai's bodies had already appeared in front of Xiaoyan. Each of them displayed a powerful Dou skill that heavily smashed toward Xiaoyan, once again emitting a loud cry in his heart. This time, Xiaoyan's body retreated as he frantically agglomerated the enormous spiritual strength between his eyebrows. In this kind of battle, even spiritual strength was one of Xiaoyan's main methods of fighting. Even if the results were not great, it was one of the few forces that Xiaoyan could mobilize. Of course, at the same time that he was mobilizing his spiritual strength, the Dou Qi within the vortex within his body was also frantically agglomerating. Xiaoyan clearly knew in his heart that it was impossible for him to rely on a single spiritual Dou skill to block the combined attacks of the two in front of him. Only a sufficiently powerful Dou skill would be able to temporarily block them. If he wanted to temporarily resolve all of this trouble, it was likely that he would need an even more powerful Dou skill. Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. Unfortunately, the current situation caused Xiaoyan to be helpless. He had to fight for a way to agglomerate the angry Buddha Lotus Flame at the same time as he forced the people in front of him to retreat. At that time, the appearance of the angry Buddha Lotus Flame would definitely be able to force this group of people to retreat temporarily. At the same time, this was also the only way for Xiaoyan to break the rank 4 formation behind him. However, just as Xiaoyan was thinking of how to resolve the situation in front of him, Fan Siyuan, who was behind Xiaoyan, slightly curled his hand under his sleeves. A powerful Dou Qi quietly agglomerated in his palm. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 902. Bang! Following a thunder-like roar, Xiaoyan, Qi Ming, and Hua Lai each flew back by 100 steps in the sky above Jinyao City. Powerful energy ripples swiftly swept out in all directions with the three of them at the center, transforming into a storm that randomly wreaked havoc in the city. The instant Xiaoyan stabilized his body, his face swiftly turned bright red. Soon after, a mouthful of fresh blood was involuntarily spat out from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his bright red face swiftly turned pale. Fighting 1 against 2, facing 2 9-star Dou D at the same time, was really too difficult. Moreover, the strength of these two could be considered among the top even among the 9-star Dou D. At the same time, Qi Ming and Hua Lai, who were facing Xiaoyan, also appeared unusually shocked at this moment. The seriousness in their hearts could not be any greater. This brat's fighting strength is really strong. Although he is indeed a 5-star Dou D, regardless of whether it is the thickness of the Dou Qi within his body, his control over the Dou Qi, or the quantity, they are not inferior to a 6-star Dou D. There is also that heavenly flame. That damn thing is the most troublesome to deal with. Even we have to be wary of its overbearing destructive strength. If it was not because of that thing, this fellow would not be able to unleash such a powerful strength. Their hearts were filled with all sorts of shock. At the same time, Xiaoyan also caused them to be uncertain. Although his fighting strength was frightening, the latter's defensive strength seemed to have far exceeded their expectations. Even if their attacks were to face a 9-star Dou D of the same level, they might not be able to seriously injure the latter, but they would definitely cause the latter to suffer. However, Xiaoyan in front of them was merely a 5-star Dou D. Although he had barely blocked their attacks, the injuries that he had received were not what the two of them had expected. The latter's physical strength could be said to be frightening. This was especially so when they saw the layer of scales that covered Xiaoyan's hand. Their hearts felt even more terrified. Was the person in front of them a human or a magical beast? Such an abnormality was something that they had never seen or heard of in their entire lives. While the three of them were gasping for breath, Fan Siyuan, who was in the distance, disappeared into the void in an instant. Almost at the same time, Han Dong's face also revealed a solemn expression as he flashed his body from the crowd outside of the battleground. With a lightning-like speed, he flew toward Xiao Yan, who was currently being attacked from all sides within the battleground. Swish! The next moment, just as Xiao Yan was preparing to maneuver the Do Qi in his body and once again face Yan He and the other two who were charging toward him, Fan Siyuan's figure suddenly appeared in the empty space behind him. A claw viciously slashed at Xiao Yan's back. What? Feeling the dangerous and sharp qi behind him, Xiao Yan's heart was greatly shocked. He did not expect that this old man would actually suddenly attack him at such a critical moment. Did he want to use this kind of sneak attack to end this battle? Brat, don't blame me for being vicious. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for actually daring to destroy the great city protecting formation of my Jingyao city. Today, even if the association head of your alchemist alliance were to come, he would still be unable to save you. Fan Siyuan's old face was gloomy. As the words from his mouth sounded, the movements of his hands became even sharper. Such a powerful and overbearing attack was something that even the current Xiao Yan did not have the ability to resist. Oh, is that so? However, at the next moment, a deep and old voice was suddenly transmitted from the sky. It was like the sound of a bell that reverberated unceasingly in the sky. At the same time, behind Xiao Yan, an extremely large spiritual strength suddenly agglomerated in front of Fan Siyuan. The enormous spiritual strength seemed to have substance as it condensed into a tangible entity behind Xiao Yan. It was like a tall wall that blocked Fan Siyuan's extremely tyrannical claw attack. Following a beautiful spark, a sharp and ear-piercing creaking sound exploded in the air. A belly wave swept out once again, stopping Yan He and the other two who were originally rushing toward Xiao Yan. Immediately after, when the spiritual wall dissipated, Fan Siyuan hurriedly retreated with a serious face. At the same time, a pair of sharp eyes constantly swept across the space in front of him. Who is it? Ehe, President Fan, we haven't seen each other for so many years, yet you don't even recognize this old man? Immediately after, behind Xiao Yan, an old man dressed in a brocade robe slowly appeared. It was the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. Han Dong. The moment he saw this person, the muscles on Fan Siyuan's old face couldn't help but twitch violently. In an instant, a storm was set off in his heart. He never thought that this fellow would actually appear here. In that case, the ones who destroyed the Great City Barrier Array were really them. Ehe, looks like President Fan still remembers this old man. Han Dong gently stroked his beard with one hand and smiled. Xiao Yan's expression was slightly startled as he turned around from behind. His gaze immediately landed on Han Dong in front of him. President Han. Hehe, little friend Xiao Yan, don't worry. Let this old man settle this matter today. Han Dong extended his hand with a gentle smile and patted Xiao Yan's shoulder. He didn't look worried at all. Han Dong, the vice president of the Alchemist Alliance, Han Dong. I never thought that he would actually appear here. But that's good as well. This way, it can even more prove Xiao Yan's sins. Seeing Han Dong's appearance, Qin Yun's face first revealed an astonished expression. Following which, the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Although there were many surprises, it was fortunate that everything was still within his control. Han Dong, you sent people to destroy the rank 5 Great Array of the Array Master Association. Now, you still want to save him? Do you really think that my Golden Glory City is a place where you can come and go as you please? Seeing Han Dong's calm appearance, Fan Siyuan's heart was filled with endless rage. His body shook and surging Do Qi immediately surged out of his body. It was like a raging flame that rose unceasingly. At the same time, Qi Ming and Hua Lai moved together. The three of them each took a side and surrounded Xiao Yan and Han Dong. Behind them was another group of experts from the Array Master Association. They formed a special formation with each other. Each of them released a large amount of spiritual strength and merged with each other. Then let's give it a try. Han Dong said in a deep voice. At the same time, his old face involuntarily revealed a serious expression. It was obvious that even though he was a rank 5 alchemist, he did not have much confidence in facing 3 9-star Do D and over 10 powerful array masters at the same time. It was also at this moment that Xiao Yan grabbed Han Dong's wrist. Using a voice that only the two of them could barely hear, he softly said, "Han Dong, can you help me for a while? Guild leader Han, can you help me stall for a moment? 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, we'll leave this place." Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Han Dong could not help but raise his eyebrows. He felt astonished in his heart. Where did Xiao Yan get his confidence from? They were facing Do Di. Although this was the case, Han Dong did not know why, but he had a special kind of confidence in this black-robed young man in front of him. It seemed that his words were not false. Even though this was only the second time they had met, he felt an indescribable attraction from Xiao Yan's body. Finally, Han Dong nodded heavily and said, "All right, 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, I guarantee that none of them will be able to get close to you." Chapter 903. On Qin Yun's side, he quietly laughed in his heart when he saw that the Array Master Association and the Alchemist Alliance were in a state of mutual hostility. Let's fight. Fight fiercely. If they all die, it will save us some trouble. Ha. Young master, do we still need to participate now? Beside Qin Yun were Yen He and the other two. At this moment, the three of them tactfully withdrew when they saw the situation in the arena. They would only listen to Qin Yun's arrangements. Participate. We will naturally participate. However, now is not the time. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. Since they want to fight now, let them fight. Let them fight to their heart's content. It will be best if both sides are seriously injured. We will then be able to benefit from it. Wouldn't that be great? Qin Yun's face revealed a ferocious smile. The three people beside him also laughed awkwardly. After which, they turned their gazes toward the battleground in unison. Han Dong, although you are a rank 5 alchemist, you are ultimately only a 7-star Do Di. Do you think that it is possible for you to face the three of us by yourself? Moreover, we have the most elite array masters of our Array Master Association behind us. You are destined to have no chance of winning this battle. Fan Siyuan coldly smiled as he stared at Han Dong opposite him. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Big brother, why do you need to speak nonsense with them? They have already committed a capital offense by destroying the city-protecting formation of our Jinyao city. It is fine if this Han Dong has a special identity. However, Xiao Yan, who is behind you, must die here today. Hua Lai stared at Xiao Yan with a murderous expression. His powerful Do Qi was like a wave crashing against a reef. Following a thought from Hua Lai, the Do Qi swept out and turned into a sharp arrow. It pierced through the air and shot toward Xiao Yan. Ding! However, in the next moment, a huge and invisible soul power suddenly condensed in the void and easily blocked the arrow. If you want to touch him, you will have to get past me first. Han Dong took a step forward. A powerful aura immediately leaked out. An invisible spiritual strength was released from between his eyebrows and covered the entire battleground. Fan Siyuan let out a cold cry. The three human figures immediately rushed forward. Powerful Do Qi mercilessly tore through the empty space. The three of them flipped their hands and numerous powerful Do Qi pillars shot forward, violently smashing toward Han Dong. Han Dong also controlled his enormous spiritual strength to meet the attacks of these three people head-on. At the same time, the group of powerful formation masters from the Formation Master Association also relied on their enormous soul power to form numerous complicated talismans in the void. These talismans emitted an extremely terrifying aura of destruction. Puff! At the same time as the two parties collided, Xiao Yan's mind moved and several balls of ferocious heavenly flames of different colors rose from the void in front of him. Qin Yun, who was outside the battle circle, immediately noticed Xiao Yan's side the instant these few clusters of flames rose. This was especially so when his gaze landed on the few clusters of ferocious flames that rose in front of the former. Even with his mental fortitude, he could not help but be startled in his heart. How can there be so many heavenly flames on this fellow's body at the same time? The muscles at the corner of Qin Yun's eyes could not help but twitch intensely. His heart felt a sense of shock because of this. However, he quickly realized that other than the bone-chilling flame, the rest of the flames were only some seed flames. So it's only seed flames, huh? Only after realizing this point did Qin Yun's heart relax. Due to him being of the ice attribute, he would feel repulsed by any kind of flame. This was especially so for this heavenly flame. It could be said that he feared it. As the king of flames, the heavenly flame's suppression of the ice attribute was absolute. Until now, the only natural treasure that Qin Yun knew that could suppress a heavenly flame was the ice spirit cold liquid. Xiao Yan's pitch-black eyes stared at the few clusters of flames in front of him. A raging fire light was reflected in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he raised both of his hands and fiercely slapped the flames in front of him together. With a crisp sound, the few clusters of flames were heavily kneaded together between Xiao Yan's hands. Sparks flew in all directions. The powerful energy within the flames turned into a circular flame wave that uncontrollably spread outwards. The entire cluster of flames violently trembled between Xiao Yan's hands, as if it wanted to break free from Xiao Yan's control. The raging flames continued to struggle. However, with regards to this, Xiao Yan's heart was especially calm. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. He was the creator of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame. No one was more familiar with the characteristics of the Angry Buddha Lotus Flame than him. If it was in the past, before the bone-freezing flame was swallowed and refined by Xiao Yan, perhaps this process would be incomparably difficult. However, the bone-freezing flame had already accepted Xiao Yan as its master. This little rebellion was just like a child's play in Xiao Yan's eyes. With a thought, a huge amount of spiritual strength immediately surged outwards and rapidly poured into the brilliant cluster of flames between his hands. Very quickly, the cluster of flames calmed down. The few clusters of flames within also rapidly merged together at this moment. This fellow, is he crazy? What exactly is he doing? As he watched the transformation of the cluster of flames between Xiao Yan's hands, Qin Yun, who was outside the battle circle, could not help but feel agitated in his originally calm heart. Xiao Yan had forcefully merged the few clusters of flames together in front of his own eyes. Originally, he thought that Xiao Yan would fail. However, from the looks of the current situation, the rebellion of the cluster of flames seemed to be completely under Xiao Yan's control. Moreover, the energy that was occasionally emitted from the cluster of flames actually caused his heart to palpitate. The thing that caused him to be most alarmed was that the energy within the cluster of flames was actually still soaring at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, it quickly exceeded the limits of what he could endure. It was hard to imagine that if he waited for Xiao Yan to stop, the energy that would be released when the cluster of flames erupted would cause even him to have difficulty escaping death. No, I must stop him. Qin Yun's expression became grave. When his gaze looked at the three people beside him, the gazes of the three brothers had already been fixed on Xiao Yan's body. At this moment, even their hearts were similarly grave. It was hard to imagine that such a frightening Do skill was something that a 5-star half-emperor could easily unleash. The three of you attack together. We must stop him. Qin Yun cried out loudly from his mouth. His feet involuntarily withdrew as he handed all the threats in front of him to the three people beside him. Hearing Qin Yun's words, the faces of the three of them twitched intensely. Their hearts were extremely unreconciled. However, in the end, their bodies flashed and they used their fastest speed to charge explosively towards Xiao Yan. Although Han Dong's appearance caused the experts from both sides to feel a wave of shock, it was only when they noticed the cluster of raging flames between Xiao Yan's hands that they understood that the most troublesome one among the two was undoubtedly Xiao Yan. Even Han Dong, who was a rank 5 alchemist, did not have a Do skill that could truly threaten them. However, Xiao Yan in front of them was different. Earlier, they had already seen the latter's powerful fighting strength that far exceeded his own cultivation. At this moment, the cluster of seemingly calm flame in his hand caused their hearts to tremble. Swoosh, a sharp sound of rushing wind that caused one's eardrums to ache sounded. The bodies of Yan He and the other two had already swiftly approached Xiao Yan. At the same time, Han Dong on the other side had naturally sensed the intentions of the three of them. If you want to touch him, you should first ask this old man. Han Dong's body swiftly approached Xiao Yan. At the same time, his spiritual strength crazily surged outwards, agglomerating into 3 long spears that shot towards Yan He and the other two. Bang bang bang! Faced with Han Dong's attack, even with the strength of Yan He and the other two, they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in their hearts. Helpless, they could only stop their bodies and forcefully block the long spears that were flying over. Haha, Han Dong, what you should be concerned about now should be yourself. You still dare to be distracted when facing the 3 of us. You are really seeking death. However, it was also at this moment that Fan Siyuan and the other two suddenly approached Han Dong. Each of their hands displayed a powerful Do skill that was quite powerful and forcefully held Han Dong back. Yan He and the other two also took the opportunity to once again charge explosively towards Xiao Yan. Bastard, you are seeking death. Seeing the 3 of them once again charging towards Xiao Yan, Han Dong's mouth emitted an earth-shaking explosive cry. His heart was filled with killing intent as he once again flashed his body in an attempt to block the 3 of them. However, he was helpless as Fan Siyuan and the other two in front of him also used all of their strength to display their tactics and block him. Both parties continued to be in a stalemate. At this moment, Yan He and the other two had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. Their faces revealed a fierce expression as each of them displayed their Do skills and were about to land on Xiao Yan's body. However, it was also at this moment that Xiao Yan, who was originally completely focused on agglomerating the fire lotus in his hand, suddenly raised his head. His expression was cold as it swept over the 3 people in front of him. At the same time, his footsteps changed and the sky extinction steps was displayed. Only then did he narrowly dodge the attacks of the 3 of them. Although this was the case, Yan He and the other two were like maggots in the bones as they relentlessly chased after him. Even though Xiao Yan's speed was unusually fast, the distance between the two was also becoming increasingly smaller under the repeated pursuit of the 3 9-star Do Di. On the other side, although Han Dong had the intention to help Xiao Yan, he was helpless as the 3 people in front of him firmly held him back. Regardless of what methods he used, he was unable to escape. On the other hand, the current Xiao Yan's heart was much calmer. When his dark black eyes swept over the 3 people in front of him, a glint flashed deep within them. He involuntarily let out a cold laugh in his heart. The storage ring on his finger flickered under the cover of the fire. As time passed by minute, the flame between Xiao Yan's hands had already completely transformed into a beautiful fire lotus. Within it, only the final thread of energy was left to perfectly merge. After which, the angry Buddha lotus flame could be considered to have been successfully agglomerated. However, it was also at this moment that Qin Yun's figure had unknowingly appeared behind Xiao Yan, who was surrounded by Yan He and the other two. Chapter 904. Qi. Xiao Yan's body flickered in the air as he repeatedly pulled back. At the same time, he appeared to have successfully dodged Yan Hua's attack in a dangerous manner. Immediately, he flew back in front of the latter's eyes, which were about to spit fire. Immediately after, Yan He continued to charge forward. The 3 of them were like a wheel battle, constantly forcing Xiao Yan to retreat. Until a certain moment, Xiao Yan die. A ferocious smile emerged on Yan He's old face. His body rapidly rushed forward as he brandished the short sword in his hands and slashed at Xiao Yan's throat. In this regard, Xiao Yan's eyes were calm. His pair of pitch-black eyes stared at the short sword that was rapidly enlarging in his pupils. When it quickly approached his throat, Xiao Yan tilted his head slightly and dodged it. Soon after, another short sword came slashing from the left. This time around, the short sword stuck close to the scale armor on the surface of Xiao Yan's body and dangerously swung past. It seems that you don't have the ability to kill me. After dodging Yan He's 2 attacks, Xiao Yan said in an indifferent tone. He immediately raised his head and turned his gaze to the latter again, only to see a ferocious smile emerging on Yan He's old face. Yes, I can't kill you, but someone can, Immediately after, the moment Xiao Yan's mocking laughter fell, an extremely cold, killing intent suddenly approached Xiao Yan from behind. In the blink of an eye, it had already appeared behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's eyes were indifferent as he looked at the person behind him from the corner of his eye. It was Qin Yun. At this moment, there was a sharp dagger that was agglomerated from cold ice in Qin Yun's hand. It was emitting a coldness that caused one's heart to tremble. The sharp ice blade was aimed at Xiao Yan's heart and ruthlessly pierced it. Wherever it passed, ice fragments would appear in the empty space. Hadai. As long as you die, everything that happened today will be over. Clang! However, just as the dagger in Qin Yun's hand was about to pierce through Xiao Yan's heart from his back, a purple-gold hand suddenly grabbed the dagger without any reason. Kacha! Soon after, a clear sound of a horn continuously rang out. Qin Yun felt the dagger in his hand tremble violently. Under the pain, the latter had no choice but to release his grip. Soon after, he clearly saw that as his hand released his grip, the ice dagger in his hand had completely turned into a pile of ice shards. What? Qin Yun's pupils abruptly shrunk when he saw this scene. He was astonished in his heart. He never imagined that Xiao Yan actually had an expert by his side. However, soon after, a purple-gold figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Yan. The tall and sturdy figure was like a purple-gold metal tower. His body was half a body taller than Qin Yun. From the looks of it, who else could it be other than the Northern King? At the same time the Northern King appeared, his other hand was suddenly clenched into a fist. It carried an extremely powerful force as it violently smashed toward Qin Yun's chest. Damn it! I actually forgot that there was such a thing. Qin Yun was greatly alarmed when he recognized the Northern King in front of him. He hurriedly controlled his Do Qi to form a washbasin-sized Do Qi shield in front of him. He wanted to use this to block the Northern King's punch. Bang! Soon after, the Northern King's punch landed on the Do Qi shield. An explosive force instantly poured out. In an instant, numerous clear crack lines swiftly spread across the Do Qi shield. Qin Yun's eyes focused. He only felt that the energy that had gathered in front of his chest was rapidly scattering at this moment. The enormous Do Qi was uncontrollably compressed back into the vortex. Soon after, his body appeared to have received a heavy blow as it flew backwards with a bang. After which, it heavily smashed into the city below. In an instant, it destroyed a large number of buildings. Pooh! When Qin Yun recovered, he involuntarily spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. He raised his eyes. They were like sharp swords as they instantly locked onto the Northern King. He involuntarily cried out. 6-star Do D. It's a late 6-star Do D. In the sky, Xiao Yan slowly turned around. He faintly smiled as he looked at Qin Yun, who was half propping himself up in the ruins below. A cold smile surfaced in his eyes. You discovered me long ago? Qin Yun's eyes once again focused as he spoke in a deep voice. You have underestimated the spiritual strength of a rank 3 alchemist. My spiritual strength fills every corner of this battlefield. Unless your speed or spiritual strength far exceeds mine, it is impossible for you to appear behind me when I am unprepared. Xiao Yan coldly smiled, after which he withdrew his gaze. At the same time he slowly raised his right hand. A dazzling fire lotus slowly floated above his palm. It was the angry Buddha lotus flame. The fire lotus slowly floated and rotated in the empty space. The flame seedlings on the lotus petals appeared to be alive as they danced briskly. Following the rotation of the fire lotus, the surrounding empty space was torn apart by the flame seedlings and formed numerous clear crack lines. This kind of crack line could only be created when the Do techniques in the hands of these elite Do D were completely unleashed. Gulp! Qin Yun's heart suddenly sank when he saw the fire lotus. The terrifying destructive aura that was emitted from it caused even him to involuntarily feel fear in his heart. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would still be able to complete the agglomeration of the fire lotus. The muscles on Qin Yun's face involuntarily twitched intensely when he thought of this. His heart trembled because of this. He did not doubt that the energy contained in this beautiful fire lotus, which looked like a piece of art, was definitely incomparably terrifying. Even among these people present, it was likely that there were not many who could block it. Moreover, even if they could, they would definitely have to pay a great price for it. He did not expect that the plan that he had designed would ultimately be destroyed by this Xiao Yan in front of him. In the end, Xiao Yan still did not die. This was quite a big problem for him. On the other side, after Han Dong sensed the situation on Xiao Yan's side, he also forcefully forced the three people in front of him to withdraw. This time around, they did not continue to be entangled. Instead, at the same time, they threw their solemn gazes toward where Xiao Yan was at. When they saw the dazzling fire lotus that was suspended in Xiao Yan's hand, the expressions of the three of them immediately became serious. Han Dong swiftly came to Xiao Yan's side. When he saw the fire lotus that was suspended in Xiao Yan's hand, even with his mental state, a shock involuntarily surfaced in his pair of turbid old eyes. It was difficult to imagine that this seemingly young black-robed young man before him was actually able to create such a frightening Daoist skill. In the square, the few 9-star half-emperors surrounded Xiao Yan from afar. Their gazes were firmly locked onto the washbasin-sized fire lotus in his hand. Everyone's hearts were filled with seriousness. If they had known that this would happen, they would have spared no expense to kill Xiao Yan first. Unfortunately, they had underestimated Xiao Yan's strength. The situation that was originally in their favor was about to be turned around due to the appearance of the angry Buddha fire lotus. Set up the formation. Take out all of your formation plates. The muscles on Fan Siyuan's old face twitched. His mouth was filled with a grave expression as he shouted out explosively. Immediately, the surrounding people from the Array Master Association began to move at this moment. Many rays of light flew out from their respective storage rings. Soon after, waves of spiritual strength were wildly poured into the formation plates that were shot out. Unfortunately, they did not have the strength to do so. Even though they were rank 3 formation masters, it was impossible for them to control so many formation plates at the same time. In addition to Fan Siyuan and the others at the front, there were nearly 300 formations that were activated in a short moment. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan shook his head and coldly laughed. If this group of people had been prepared earlier, they might have been able to create trouble for him. However, the angry Buddha fire lotus had already been formed. Even if they were to create formations now, it was already too late. As the dozens of powerful formation masters on the opposite side activated their formations one after another, Xiao Yan threw the fire lotus in his hand forward. The beautiful fire lotus, which was like a piece of art, seemed to slowly draw across the empty space. However, it was pressuring their hearts every second. It was like an invisible mountain that passed through their bodies and directly collided with the bottom of their hearts, causing their hearts to tremble in fear. The flame flickered as if it was connected to the hearts of everyone present. Every time the flame flickered, the breathing of everyone present would also tremble. Their hearts were already in their throats as they were afraid that it would really burst out of their chests. When the fire lotus drew across the empty space, the thin line of fire was like a ray of sunlight that remained in the empty space. Everywhere it passed, there was an endless darkness. 1 inch, 2 inches, 10 feet, 20 feet, the empty space began to collapse. All the buildings in the city below were also implicated. The space around the fire lotus seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss in an instant, swallowing everything within. The endless darkness seemed to be about to swallow the entire Jinyao city. Damn it, just what kind of Dao technique is this? Fan Siyuan's heart was extremely anxious. The threat that this fire lotus brought to him had far exceeded the pressure of an expert of the same level. He really did not dare to imagine that this kind of destructive strength was something that a 5-star Dao D could achieve. It's too late. Attack and stop this damn thing. On the ground, Qin Yun involuntarily cried out. His heart was filled with fear. He did not wish to die in this place before his great undertaking was completed. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan in the sky laughed coldly. He grabbed Han Dong beside him and swiftly flew toward the rank 4 formation that covered the entire Jinyao city. The instant he turned around, a simple and icy word was spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. Explode. Chapter 905. A frightening energy storm suddenly swept across Jinyao City the moment these words were spat out from Xiao Yan's mouth. The earth-shattering explosion resounded in the minds of everyone in the city like a thunderclap. The invisible sound wave turned into a storm and instantly destroyed the formation that the sorcerers had yet to completely condense. The sound wave directly attacked one's soul and also caused great damage to one's physical body. In the blink of an eye, everyone who was nearby fell into various degrees of pain. Their bodies convulsed and the intense pain of their souls being torn apart continuously transmitted. Their painful screams were mercilessly drowned out by the sound wave. Their eardrums exploded and blood dyed the sky. Even elite Do-Di were in extreme pain under the sound wave. Clang! The storm that was condensed from the sound of the explosion heavily collided with the formation that enveloped the entire Jinyao city. In an instant, the sound of a bell rang once again. The entire Jinyao city trembled violently under the violent bombardment and all the buildings in the city were destroyed. Countless half-emperors were killed or injured in an instant. Elite Do-Di wailed at the sky and the Do-Chi in their bodies crazily surged out. Only then did they barely manage to resist the sound wave. However, the eruption of the angry Buddha lotus flame had officially begun. As the sound wave dissipated, an even more terrifying flame storm suddenly swept across the city. A terrifying high temperature that wanted to incinerate everything swept across every corner of the city. Under this terrifying high temperature, the vegetation instantly turned into nothingness. Everything in the city was rapidly melting at a speed visible to the naked eye. Above the empty space, with the angry Buddha lotus flame as the center, the endless dark space continued to crack and collapse in all directions. Everything was silent in the darkness. At this moment, only those high-level Do-Di could barely control the situation. Damn it, what a terrifying power. If you don't want to die, attack with this old man and suppress this damn thing. After all, Fan Siyuan was the president of the Formation Master Association and Jinyao City was his headquarters. Fan Siyuan's rallying power was undoubtedly extremely shocking. With a shout, everyone in the city immediately turned their heads. Of course, the real reason behind this might be the gorgeous fire lotus that was currently suspended in the sky. Now, everyone gather your Do-Chi and attack that fire lotus. Remember, if you want to live, it's best not to hold back. Fan Siyuan's expression was solemn. His turbid old eyes stared intently at the flame wave that was rapidly spreading in the air not far away. The Do-Chi in his body began to circulate wildly at this moment. At this moment, it was already too late to set up a formation. Hence, the only thing that could be used to block the fire lotus was the powerful Do techniques in their hands. He formed a seal with both of his hands, and a series of mysterious seals flew out from his hands. Vigorous Do-Chi gushed out of his body, and condensed into a golden palm in front of him. The moment the golden palm was formed, it flew forward with a majestic aura and violently smashed towards the fire lotus. Gold glorious seal. Fan Siyuan let out an explosive cry. The Do-Chi in his body was continuously poured into the golden palm until it came into contact with the fire wave. At the same time that this golden palm flew out, numerous majestic Do techniques from all over the city also shot toward the sky at this moment. It was just like the gathering of stars. These people clearly only had one target: Buddha's fiery lotus. Bang! Suddenly, the powerful flame wave violently collided with those Do techniques. It was just like raindrops smashing into the surface of a lake. An earth-shaking explosion suddenly sounded. Wave after wave of frightening energy ripples immediately swept across the sky. Its strength was even more frightening than before. In an instant, other than a portion of the Do techniques that were unleashed by a high-class Do-Di, most of the Do techniques were turned into ashes by the flame wave. After the hundreds of powerful Do techniques were completely destroyed, the remaining 10+ Do techniques were the strongest remaining ones. Soon after, the remaining 10+ powerful Do techniques also arrived in front of the fire lotus in the air following the destruction of the huge flame wave. In an instant, they had already collided. However, the earth-shaking explosion that everyone had imagined did not appear. Instead, there was a deathly silence in that endless empty space. The 10+ Do techniques surrounded the beautiful fire lotus in the middle. The fire lotus was still slowly rotating. The flames on the lotus petals danced like little spirits that were still active under those powerful Do techniques. Soon after, the remaining 5 petals of the fire lotus began to fall one by one, starting from the outermost layer. Layer by layer, the petals stacked together. After which, they merged and emitted a glaring firelight. What is that? In the empty space below, Fan Siyuan's eyes stared intently at the cluster of glaring firelight. However, even with his eyesight, he did not discover anything. Damn it! What exactly is this thing? Buzz, buzz, buzz. The glaring light became increasingly prosperous. Finally, a light pillar that connected the heavens and the earth suddenly rose and directly entered the empty space above. Soon after, the owners of the 10+ Do techniques, including Fan Siyuan, clearly felt that the Do techniques that they had unleashed were trembling slightly at this moment. What? It was also at this moment, bang! Following a wave of firelight, the entire Jinyao city was filled with firelight. The light was so bright that it was even brighter than the sun. The fire light penetrated the formation that covered the entire Jinyao city. Numerous enormous crack lines swiftly filled it. Bang! At a certain moment, there was a crisp sound that sounded like glass shattering. The entire world fell silent at this moment. An instant later, an enormous energy storm suddenly swept in all directions with the angry Buddha lotus flame as the center. The frightening energy storm tore the invisible space apart layer by layer. In the blink of an eye, half of Jinyao city was covered in darkness. This was also because the few high-class Dodi did their best to block it. The spreading of the energy storm continued for 15 minutes. At this moment, there were countless deaths and injuries in the enormous Jinyao city. The enormous city had been completely turned into ruins. There was even an enormous depression. Below it was an endless empty space that one could not see the bottom of. The storm that swept through the city was extremely frightening. A large group of people had also gathered outside the city because of this. However, there were very few people among these people who knew the truth of this matter. At this moment, on a mountain peak outside of Jinyao city that was completely far away from the battleground, an old man wearing a yellow robe was watching the events that were happening in Jinyao city. His pair of turbid old eyes were similarly filled with a deep solemnness. Additionally, there was a hesitation. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 906. Under the frightening energy storm within Jinyao city, even Xiao Yan, who was the owner of the city, had difficulty escaping from it. After the energy storm scattered, a painful groan was transmitted from the outer area of Jinyao city near the city gate. 2 human figures, one old and one young, were standing at the foot of the city gate in a miserable manner. They were Xiao Yan and Han Dong. After being mercilessly attacked by the angry Buddha lotus flame, even the current Xiao Yan and Han Dong's condition was extremely bad. Han Dong was seriously injured within the terrifying storm. Although he was a rank 5 alchemist and had managed to block most of the attack by relying on his powerful spiritual strength, he was ultimately only a 7-star Dodi. Under the remnant force of the energy storm, Han Dong was ultimately injured by it. Han Dong was seriously injured, but Xiao Yan was in an even more dangerous situation at this moment. After forming the angry Buddha lotus flame, the Do Qi within the latter's body had been completely exhausted. All of his strength had been exhausted the moment the fire lotus exploded. If it were not for the little remaining connection between himself and the angry Buddha lotus flame and the heavenly flame within his body protecting him, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have difficulty surviving. At the same time, a couple of human figures flew out from the dark bottomless pit in the middle of the city on the other side. Most of these people were high-class Dodi. The weakest among them was not inferior to Han Dong. However, the condition of this group of people did not appear to be good. Like Han Dong, these people had all suffered varying degrees of injuries from the energy storm earlier. Among these people, the ones who had preserved the most strength were naturally the 6-star Dodi and 9-star Dodi from the Formation Master Association and Qingyun side. Of course, a large group of elite Dodi were gathered on the other side of Jinyao city outside of the battleground. These people were completely unrelated to this big battle. They had already withdrawn from the battleground when the big battle began. Even though this was the case, the frightening energy ripple that was created when the angry Buddha lotus flame exploded caused these experts to be quietly shocked in their hearts. The two leaders among these people were the chairman of the auction house, Lu Zhongtian, and the deputy chairman, Wu Gang. Over half of the energy ripple that was created when the angry Buddha lotus flame exploded was blocked by these two people. Is he really just a 5-star Daoist? Lu Zhongtian's expression was serious. His bright eyes stared at the spot where the Buddha's fiery lotus had exploded. His heart could not calm down for a long time. Wu Gang by the side also had a solemn expression. They had never seen a 5-star Daoist with such a frightening fighting strength. Although Lu Zhongtian was also able to agglomerate a Dao technique of this level, the thing that caused them to be shocked was not just how frightening this Dao technique was. What was even more frightening was the person who had created this Dao technique. A 5-star Daoist. This point was something that even someone as strong as Lu Zhongtian would not dare to exaggerate. Would he be able to compare with this black-robed young man when he was a 5-star Daoist? Lu Zhongtian did not dare to imagine. This was the first time he had seen such a proud son of heaven after so many years of fame. He could even imagine that in a few more years, Xiao Yan's combat strength would far surpass his. When that time came, the entire Western region would be shaken. There was an enormous being in the Western region that was rapidly growing in an invisible manner. Unfortunately, it was too late for them to see this day. The baby eagle had already grown up and was dancing in the sky. The Western region would definitely become the stage where Xiao Yan would ascend to the peak. Bang! A muffled loud sound was suddenly emitted from a pile of rubble in the city near the battleground. The remains of the building were forcefully sent flying by a barbaric strength. Soon after, a human figure flew out from within, after which, it heavily smashed onto the ground. If one were to look at it, this person was the fourth person in charge of the Formation Master Association, Qing Zhihui. However, from the looks of the latter's current appearance, he had already become a dead person. Trash, cough cough cough. A string of curses was emitted from the rubble that the human figure flew out from. Soon after, a miserable figure covered in blood crawled out from the rubble with great difficulty. When he lifted his head, the sunlight scattered down. The blood-stained face coupled with the ferocious expression looked extremely frightening. However, one could still recognize at a glance that this person was Qin Yun, who had failed to launch a sneak attack and was sent flying by the Northern King's punch. Qin Yun had relied on the already seriously injured Qing Zhihui to luckily survive the energy storm. This had caused Qing Zhihui's death and Qin Yun himself to fall into a seriously injured state. If Qing Zhihui was not seriously injured, Qin Yun might not have ended up in such a state. A cool breeze swept across the land and scattered the dust. Everything in the city had become clear. After the angry Buddha lotus flame, at least half of the people in Jinyao City had died. The price of this battle could not be said to be not terrible. However, this was the price of war. There would never be a victor. The so-called winners were only those who continuously fled from war and luckily survived in the end. A coward in battle, a hero in the aftermath, Fan Siyuan's old face was pale as he stood in the air. His gaze swiftly swept over the city below. He did not believe that Xiao Yan would be unharmed in the energy storm from earlier. Even if he could do so, it was impossible for Han Dong, a 7-star Daoist, to escape unscathed. Even he, a 9-star Daoist, had been injured because of it. How could Xiao Yan be unharmed? Soon, Fan Siyuan's gaze locked onto Xiao Yan and Hua Lai, who were currently at the foot of the city gate. At this moment, the two of them were staggering toward the city gate. You want to leave? How can it be so easy? Fan Siyuan forcefully endured the intense pain that was transmitted from his body. A thought passed through his mind and he maneuvered the enormous Dou Qi within his veins. He swiftly flew forward, planning to stop the two of them. Qi Ming and Hua Lai once again followed behind him. After this battle, their impression of Xiao Yan in their hearts was no longer as simple as a 5-star Daoist. Who had ever seen a 5-star Daoist erupt with such a terrifying strength? It was also because of this that if Xiao Yan did not die today, the latter would definitely become a great threat to their Formation Master Association in the future. Additionally, there was the Alchemist Alliance behind him. From the relationship between them, they were destined to be opponents and enemies from the very beginning. As for Yan He and the other two, they quickly returned to Qin Yun's side after their gazes surveyed the surroundings. Young Master, we subordinates have failed to protect our master. Please punish us. Yan He and the other two were filled with fear as they knelt on the ground toward Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun's cultivation was inferior to theirs, the latter's methods caused them to feel fear. Today they had failed to protect Qin Yun. Tomorrow, they might not be able to protect their heads. Forget it, this cannot be blamed on you. Now, the most important thing is to kill Xiao Yan for me. You must do it quickly, no matter what method you use. Otherwise, I will settle the old and new debts together. Qin Yun's pale face revealed an uncaring appearance. As he spoke, an extremely obscure killing intent flashed across the depths of his eyes. Calm. Wonderful book house.